I have a point of order, Vice Chair Hart, or Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah. Yes.
I would move to adjourn.
Okay. That's not debatable.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. Let's, that's before the board. So, yep.
Kelsey adjourned. Yeah.
This says Bogus. Should this say Klein? No, remember Bogus made a motion. Oh, but no, I'm voting. Am I voting for?
You're not voting yet.
She made a motion to adjourn.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
It's open, so.
Usually I put member. I thought I was voting for the wrong person the whole time.
Member Klein is a yes.
Yes.
Member Reel? All right, it's not passing, but we want to make sure we give everybody a chance to vote. Who we're missing? Member Davis? Member Straight. The vote is to adjourn. Member Davis? Did you vote
I mean,
yourself?
I'm okay a little while longer if we want to discuss our library rule. I thought that's what we were coming back to, but whatever the body wants. I mean, I'm a no, but it's fine.
We got a couple items still left to try to get through, so we got you as a no. Is that everybody? Who are we missing? Member Reel is absent. Okay, so that vote fails 10-4. The yeses being Member Green, Member Bogus, nor Carey, and Member Klein. So
I have
we're
a
back
motion.
on.
I have to pick it up off the table, I think.
Yeah, we need to pick it up off the table. Do you have a motion
Is
for
that
that?
what, is that the technical motion for that? We pick it up off the table? Remove? Right. What's the official,
We're
what
learning
language
some
do I need to
things. This
say?
is good.
Pick,
What?
take from the table. There we go.
Is that your motion?
I'd make a motion that we take from the table our work on the library rule.
277-628's been seconded by Member Straight. So can we tee that up for a motion or a vote? Sorry.
So, sir, you have a hand online.
Let's see. Is that you, Member Bogus?
No, sir, I just see the hand.
Sorry,
Thank
that was
you.
mine.
I
From
don't. So
before.
thank you. Member Klein, we're in the middle of before. Okay. All right. So on the floor is the motion to take off the table R277-628 and pick up where we left off before the SOR panel.
Point of information.
Sure.
As I'm looking at thank you. As I'm looking at the backup for 628, I see several drafts. Do we know what draft we're picking up?
Yeah, we had one on the floor. It was draft 1, 5.
Draft 5. So
5? There we go. Okay. I think we brought up draft 1, Vice Chair. Earl brought 5, or did we bring 5 off?
That came out of,
5 is what came in front of us, and that's where we were.
from the motions from last time. Yep. So
Became 5. There we go. Okay. All right. So the motion is on the floor to pick up Rule 628. Voting is open. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Bogus?
No.
Member Bogus is a no. Member Klein?
No, I mean, yes.
Member Klein is a yes. Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Davis is a yes. We're missing 2. I believe we're still missing Member Reel, not expecting her. Member Wood, okay, is missing. All right, we've got 12-1. That passes 12-1 with a no vote. Sorry? Okay. 13-1. So we have Member Bogus voting no, Member Reel absent. So we are back where we left off. Consideration of R277-628. Version 5 was on the floor.
We have an amendment by
And we had an amendment from
category. Change it to a category 4.
amendment to change it to category 4 from category 3. That was the discussion we were in, and the floor is still open on that. If I don't see any lights, we will tee it up for a vote. Seeing none. Sorry to give you rapid fire votes. Unless I'm missing somebody online, we're going to take a vote on this motion that we discussed earlier. Okay, it's open.
Board Member Klein is a yes.
Member Klein's a yes. Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Bogus is a yes. Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Davis is a yes. And that,
A couple of motions.
let's see, we have 12 votes in. I think we're missing one. There's 13. Actually, yes, remember? Oh, there we go. All right, that passes 13-1 with the no vote being Member Lear, I believe. Yes. Okay, floor is back open. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah.
I think this is just a technical change, but on line 20, the rule is not cited correctly, at least on the version I'm looking at. So I would just ask staff to make that
The
technical
114.
change.
Missing a dash, I believe. Is that?
Yeah, on
correct?
line 20.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's.
If we could. Okay, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I have a couple of motions on line 67. It says, and I just go through this real quick. These are just cleanup to make some clarity. So on line 67, whoops, it's not the same line now. My apologies. It's where it talks about communicating with vendors. What line is that?
70.
Okay, line 70, it says communicating with vendors and publishers regarding the decision. I would make a motion that we don't want to send all the decisions to the publishers. It's just not necessary. I think it needs to be, my motion is that we would change decision to removal of objective sensitive materials. That's what we want to notify them back when something's crosses the illegal line in the state of Utah. We want to notify them that they that this content more or less can't be sold in Utah. That's the idea, right? That this was removed because of the violation of Utah law. I spoke to it. Sorry, I need a second.
I fell asleep and let you go. Sorry.
It's right there.
All right, so that's been addressed. Seconded.
We're just not.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just this is. We don't want to send all the decisions. It's just simply when we removal of objective sensitive materials.
so the result of
that's
the
it.
decision is that
Yep.
you remove it and we communicate the removal. Is that-
If
is
it's
that- am I
objective
getting that right?
sensitive materials, yes.
Yeah, okay. Remember? Question, the publisher, meaning,
Yeah.
Okay, so we cannot hear you. I don't know
okay.
who's talking.
There was just a question about plural versus singular on vendors and publishers. I think it's as it was, vendors and publishers. Just a point of clarification. Remember straight?
Oops.
Oh, there you
I'm
go.
just wondering if the purpose of that is to help it to where that doesn't come in bundled packages. Is that,
Good question. I think there's two
It's-
parts on this, the front end and the back end, but go ahead. Vice Chair.
Would you mind asking that again? I'm sorry.
so was the purpose of that notification to keep those books from being bundled? When
I think it's a two-part. It notifies people outside, individuals, meaning vendors and publishers, that there's certain content in the state of Utah that is illegal. That's what it's notifying them. And when they send us stuff that's illegal, we're going to notify them that please do. It's like saying, would you please be courteous about what you're sending our children? it's just that, but then also, what did you say? What was the other part you said? Yeah. And I guess it would be also indicative of, don't send us a bundle that would have these things in it. And we're just letting you know that we'll be, notifying you that we've removed these or communicating with them.
Okay.
So that's the idea. It's kind of we got
Yeah.
front end stuff, we've got back end stuff.
That's
Does
also
that make
addressing.
the vendor
I'm
liable?
sorry. Is there a hand up?
This
Oh,
is
hold
member
on.
Klein.
Okay, we're going to go in order. I'll get to you. We got member Lear and then, no, maybe get member Carey, then member Lear, then member Klein.
I'd just like to amend the motion.
Okay. Let's see. We only have a single motion up there, right? Yes. Okay. That's in order.
And that the amendment would be communicating with vendors and publishers regarding the removal of objective sensitive materials and those parents within the LEA where those sensitive materials have been removed. And then I'd like to speak to the motion.
Yeah.
I second that.
Second, member Bogus. Back to you, member Carey.
Yeah, I think it's great that we're letting the vendors know and the publishers know, but I think one of the things we absolutely need to do better is we've fallen short of letting the stakeholders know, one of the biggest stakeholders, and that's parents. So when these items are removed from an LEA, absolutely we have a duty to let those parents know that we have heard their concerns, we share those concerns, and those materials have been removed. And if we're extending this courtesy to the vendors and publishers, we absolutely need to extend this courtesy to the parents, again, within the LEA. Thank you.
Member Norton, did you want to address that?
Don't we already have that in our policy that has to be on the LEA website?
I believe so. And I believe we want to, and that's why it would be good to have a clarification from our staff. Maybe Davina could speak to that, because I don't want them to just know about this. I want them to know the outcomes of all, but I think they have to publish on website. Is that accurate or not accurate? All the decisions. In this case, it would be all the decisions I want them to know, but let's make sure we're accurate on that.
Davina Southoff, Library Media Specialist, Teaching and Learning. I don't believe that it's policy or law that they have to publish that. Many do and some do not. So it's out there for some districts, but not all. They do notify I would say most policies include notification of the complainant of the challenge. So
Can I piggyback? Is there not a requirement currently that they publish on their website books challenged, books retained, and books removed? I thought that was now there.
I don't believe so.
So it's not currently a requirement, though. Because I ask because we were working last year with Davina, and she put up a good dashboard on our site that links through to those such as they exist, so that any parent can come to us and be a resource to find out what's going on in this district or that. But I had thought there was at least some I know there was varying levels of bringing it up to date. We were trying to work with them to make sure it's current, but so nothing currently that says you have to publish retained, removed, challenged. Okay. Is that correct though? Am I hearing you right?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Also, we have many smaller charters that have not had any challenges, so they're not posting any of that on their websites. So.
Yeah, and I guess if the requirement were to post everything that's been challenged and the result, then you get nothing, you post nothing, right? No harm, no foul kind of thing. But for those that, okay, it's a question that might, I guess, be considered for action. But let me go back to the lineup. Member Lear.
This is a different issue than Member Carey. This is a different issue than Member Carey's amendment. Are we supposed to be speaking to Member Carey's amendment? Yeah.
Mine is on the amendment.
Mine's on the amendment.
I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be. All right. Member Klein.
So my question was, well, first, I agree with Member Carey's addition. I think we should be proactively notifying parents, not just putting something on the website where they may or may not know that it's there or that it's been updated. So I think anytime something happens, it should be a proactive notification to parents. My question is, in sending it to the vendors and publishers, which I think is a good idea, does that make them liable for a lawsuit if they in the future, after receiving that notification, they send material anyway?
Is this I'm sorry, could you repeat? Was that a motion?
That create a legal liability for vendors
Good
in the
question.
future after they've received notification? Are they now liable if and possibly open to lawsuit if they send that material to Utah again after having received notification?
Good
I guess that would be an
question.
AG question or an attorney question.
Yeah.
Okay, they'd have to do a little bit of research onto that. I don't know. I guess we'll see what they come up with, but okay.
But I would support this motion.
Member Davis?
Yeah, I have not ever liked publishing the books or sending out emails. And I think it's because I worked with junior high students for so long and I adore them, but developmentally they're more impulsive than many. And I think it's just a big advertisement to go find this book in your public library and read it for some kids who are more curious. I worry. I have always felt like it's.
I'm sorry, point of order. I can't do this. Jim, your mic is on.
I apologize.
Everything
Here we
you're
go.
saying is coming through. Cindy, I didn't hear anything you said, and I apologize for the interruption.
Okay, sorry, thanks. I just have a little different take on it. I guess I assume this will pass and that's fine, but the reason I've not ever loved the idea of putting it on the website or out in emails to families or things like that is because I've worked with junior high kids for a long time and just developmentally, not necessarily any fault of their own, but developmentally, truly they are cognitively more impulsive than in any other developmental time of life. And I worry this is for those kids that are curious. It's kind of like an advertisement to go to the public library and find some of this stuff. So I'm a no, probably for very different reasons than anyone else, but I just want to explain my vote.
Is there a way to do it so that it's not where kids will find it on the website? And that's why I wanted just it sent to parents in an email. I think that's the safer route. So it's not just a big public announcement to the kids.
If that's to me, I just, I tell my kids all the time, go get that email from the piano teacher, see what time she changed, things like that. It's a little too accessible to me, in my opinion, but others can disagree. That's fine.
See here. Any further lights to Member Carey's? We've got Member Carey's motion up, right? The removal of objective sensitive materials and parents where those sensitive materials have been removed. Is that accurate?
Communicating with vendors and publishers regarding those affairs and parents. Removing parents. Yeah, board member Booth brings up a good point that the phraseology made it sound like we may give parents the boot. So I think that's right. Regarding these materials and notification to parents where their centers have been removed.
And notifying parents.
And notifying parents. If that would make it easier, we can. If that's clean, I think it's gonna see. Yep. And notifying parents.
Is that framed up correctly? I think we still have some discussion of the motion, but we got it up there, right?
Yeah, and I do have a question, Chair.
And was this seconded, or is this consistent with whoever had the second?
It was second.
We've-
Second,
we've-
yeah, I still second it.
Okay. Question, then we got Member Lear waiting to discuss the motion.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, so my question is, and I don't know if this goes to the maker of the motion, Vice Chair Earl, or it goes to staff, but when we talk about communicating with vendors and publishers, I just presumed or came to the conclusion that that was going to be one-on-one. I thought this was going to be an email saying, hey, this book was removed from this LEA or this school. It never struck me that this was going to be posted on a website. So can I get clarification on when we say communicating with vendors and publishers, what the thought is on how that's done? Because I certainly, to Board Member Davis, I don't want this published on a website. I thought this was going to be an email to those who were impacted, whether it was the parents attending that LEA, the vendor, or the publisher. So clarification, I guess, is what I'm looking for, Chair.
I think the understanding I got from Davino is that it is, some of them are publishing on the website, right? They're publishing what was challenged, what was retained, what was removed. Is that the question? See, I was asking whether that's required. It is, in fact, a practice by many, and we link through so that parents have general visibility. If they want to say, hey, heard this book was out there, let's see if my book challenged it, removed it, retained it. Is that, am I stating all that correctly?
Yes, some districts are publishing on their website the challenges and the outcome, the final determinations of those challenges.
Right. Okay. So that's happening. This would change notification.
Based on the feedback, I just amend my, I would just change my motion. If that's, I'm asking if that's, okay.
If it's friendly and not objected, I guess it's on the floor, but yeah, go ahead.
I would just say notifying parents via email or school-related, the apps like, yeah, school-related communication platform. Email or school-related communication platform. Thank you.
Would that be a website then? When you say platform, do you mean like a WhatsApp or that kind of thing? Or does a platform include a website?
Like last night we discussed this remind, yeah, odd that we remember, but yeah. So things like
Would that
that.
go to students also?
I would hope not. I'm just looking for it to go to parents.
Well, it needs to be explicit then, that it doesn't go to students if it's on a school-related communication platform.
Okay, let's see. Yes, we had Member Lear in line. Sorry, let's get back to, we have this framed up now. It's been, is there any objection? Oh, question about the
No, I have a question. I have a comment to the motion.
quick question then, clarifying, or go Member Lear? Okay, sorry.
First of all, I think it's important to note there was a statement earlier that we should tell vendors these materials are illegal in Utah. That's not accurate. They're illegal in school, as in school instructional materials in Utah. So I think we don't need to like tell the whole world they're illegal because we've decided that in one small bill in Utah. We're really important, but not that important. Secondly, I think if it's going to go to parents, it should go to taxpayers. Taxpayers are every bit as much entitled to know as parents, and not all taxpayers are parents. And I think that information that taxpayers pay into the school system, they depend on the school system as a community center in many cases. And so I think that it shouldn't be limited to parents. It should go to taxpayers.
That would, I assume, require posting it unless you're doing a listserv to every
Whichever
voter.
way is, whatever's the body's will. I just say that taxpayers have a vested interest in this. It's not.
So I don't think we have a distribution capacity. We'd have a
Well, then it
publication
should
or
be posted
website or something. Let's
I have a comment.
hold on. Let's
I'll go
cycle
with-
through here. I've fallen out of order, so let me get
Okay.
back on the.
Well,
on
we're
the
having an
stick
exchange
here.
about how this is done. I just think that the point is whether it has to be posted then, but then we had a discussion yesterday about something about everything that is electronically available has to be available in another way.
So
So
let's just tee up action items. Is that an amendment to the amendment?
That's an amendment.
Okay, if you'd like to frame an amendment to the amendment, let's do it, and then we can move
I
on
just-
and get some discussion.
Instead of parents, I would just put taxpayers in the LEA. And I already think it was limited to parents in the LEA, but
Okay, so the motion to amend the amendment is to replace parents with taxpayers. Not the public, but taxpayers
I have a-
specifically. Is there a second?
I object to being a friendly, and I have a comment.
We're not putting it up as a friendly, we're asking for a second.
Don't we already have an
All
amendment
right,
to an
hold
amendment?
up here. Member Carey's change to his own motion is a motion to amend was put up as a friendly and nobody objected. Are you objecting to that part? We've now, all right, hold on. Let me back up here. It's late in the day. Member Carey had an amendment to the motion on the board.
Member
then made
Carey's
some-
is an amendment to the amendment. Because Member Earl's motion is an amendment to draft 5. The underlying motion is to approve draft 5. Member Earl's motion is to amend
Okay,
draft
so we're on a
5.
second amendment. All right.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Kelsey. All right. So Member Lear, yours would not be in order now.
okay.
I apologize. Member Carey put up new language as an amendment to his amendment. It was presented as a friendly, just a restructuring of language rather than substantive change. We asked for objection and heard none. Are you objecting to Member Carey's tweaks to his own language?
Are you asking me or
No, Member Klein.
above?
Somebody objected. Is that Member Klein?
I heard Board Member Carey say that was a friendly amendment, and I said,
That
no,
Member
I
Lear?
object to it being a
Okay.
friendly.
All right, I apologize. We're all catching some off mic communication. That was a prospective possibility. Let me frame up where we are. That was not something that's on the floor. It was just a side conversation. So remember, Carrie's language was up. It says now removal of the objective sensitive materials, which was member Vice Chair Earl's amendment, and then member Carrie's amendment to that amendment with slight technical tweaks, not substantive, said notifying parents via email or school-related school communication platform where those sensitive materials have been removed. That was presented as a friendly and had no objection. Was there objection to that? We didn't hear any objection. So with that is on the floor. It is the amendment to the amendment, so therefore we are out of amendments, and we need to vote on Member Carey's language, right?
Wait, can we speak on
Yes,
it?
we can discuss and vote, but I'm saying we need to do that rather than the amendment that we thought we had for Member Lear. So yes, back to that. So Member Wood, I think, is up next. Yeah, Member Wood and Member Straight.
So I have been asked through a text if a parent has the right to opt out of this. They would prefer not getting a list of pornography in their email daily.
Member Carey, is that a question for the maker of the motion? Or question is whether a parent could opt out. I don't know if that's for the maker or if it's just a broader question as
It was
a general
broader
matter.
question that was asked to
Yeah.
me.
So as a
Thank you.
general matter, maybe to our staff would know, when we have communications from schools on things that parents decide they find objectionable, is there a general opt-out opportunity, or would we have to? Has to be a general opt-out, yeah, because, okay. So as to this would presumably then fall within the general communication protocol, which is unless you opt out entirely, this would go into whatever else you're getting. Okay. All right, Member Hymas. No, Member Straight, then Hymas. Okay. Straight, Cindy, Davis, and Hymas.
Okay. My understanding is that a board meeting is a public meeting and that it is given notice and anyone can attend that meeting. And therefore, I attended a Davis School District Board meeting. I have their website open. It lists the books, it lists the date, it lists the number of requests, and the final decision is made by the board in an open meeting, and people can come and they can take time to address that. And the minutes of that meeting are posted. This all constitutes the public being aware. And so I guess I could support this but that's already just the case. We don't have to write that in. That is the case. Parents are notified in an open and public meeting. And in this meeting, they actually had a book. No one there had a comment because there's been so many books that come through Davis School District. They have the most, I think. But anyway, the book, they were voting along a very narrow line of what the age appropriateness of the book based on the suggestion from the committee. All of this was public. All of it was taken care of. It's posted the next day on the website, the decision. It is available. I mean, didn't we just deal with this in regards to getting data for charter schools and making certain that parents had the right to be heard and to know what's available to them? And so we made some very specific rule on what constituted allowing parents the right to that information. I think it's the same thing here. As a separate item of notification, I'm against that. If that notification includes the public meeting, then I'm fine with the change. But we don't need to go beyond that.
Thank you, Member Straight. Member Davis, I believe. Then Hymas, Green, and Lear. Member Davis.
Thank you. If I were able to, I would make a substitute motion that kept communicating with the vendors, obviously communicating with the person who made the request for removal, but then I would add and make available the lists to any parent who would like it. And that way, you know, it's the parent coming to get the information and not the student accidentally finding it in the email or on the website or going to find board meetings or whatever. You know, if the parent doesn't want to go hunt down a board meeting, they could ask the school, and they shouldn't have to beg. It should be made readily available. That's what I would support.
Thank you. Member Hymas.
Oh, they all went away.
Turned y'all off, sorry.
Thank you. I'm wondering if I'm going to address the maker of the motion and then see if it doesn't object. But anyway, it just says notify parents via email or school-related communication platform. To me, it seems the same thing. I just wonder if we narrow it down. This should be quick and easy. If it takes a 10-minute discussion, I don't want to do it. And then I'd like to be in the queue for an amendment after this.
Yes, please.
If I understand what and I would take this as a friendly, to remove via email or
Yes,
and the second school.
probably. I just rubbed my eyes and my contacts are moved. But I think you get what I'm saying, though, right? I just need a second for my eyes to.
Yeah, I would accept it as a friendly to remove the words via email or,
Okay.
and they already moved the second school, so perfect.
Any objection from the body? Hearing no objection, we'll take that as a friendly. We're still on the Second Amendment, so.
I think we took out a via.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, via should be there.
School-related communication
Yeah.
platform where those instruments. Okay. Okay. Did you want to come back for your other, or is circle around? We got Member Green and Member Lear in line, so we can double back. Member Green.
I'm just wondering, does this require any kind of addition to any other document? Will it require a rule? Will this be something that local school districts have to create in their policies? Like what's the logistics end of adding that? I don't know who can answer that.
If I may, Elise Newey, Policy Advisor. So this section of the rule refers to what needs to go into an LEA's individual policy. So this requires what are the bare bones that they need to have in their own policy. And so they're going to be writing a policy anyways, but this would be included.
And I'm still troubled that that parent is too narrow. That for instance, I could not go and find out. I don't have access to PowerSchool now. I don't have access to, but I couldn't find out which documents, which books are now banned in my libraries. And I think that's not right because I pay as much tax toward the school libraries, toward the school facilities as parents do. I don't think parents are any more special than taxpayers. And I'm really troubled about that. And I would ask you to think a little bit more broadly about your community and notifying them if these materials are this odious, that also taxpayers should be able to have access to this information.
Okay, and I think we had run out of amendments, so
I
we'll have
can't
to
amend
hold
it,
that,
I've
but
said.
it's,
I
but
just
it's
wanted
an
to
argument.
say,
Got it.
I can't see why parents are different than taxpayers who equally contribute to the system.
Understood. Okay, I think we have Vargas and Klein, but we might have had Member Green on first. Where are we?
I just
Member,
have-
who was up first? Member Vargas? Is that yeah? Okay, Member Vargas.
Thank you, sir. So I tend to agree with Board Member Lear in this capacity that perhaps maybe we should be notifying the taxpayer. However, it goes both ways. And the code says that the taxpayer, if you want to put it in quotation marks, is not allowed to file complaints or request a book review. And I think the reciprocal notice should go to those who are allowed to file against the graphic depiction of sex acts. And when we expand those who can file against it, then we should expand the notice. But I would say that needs to go both ways. I'm sorry, was I
Thank you.
funny?
We got
That's
you.
what I was going to say.
Member Klein?
She covered what I was going to say as
Okay.
well.
Thank you. Member Green. And back to Member Hymas, I think, after. We got Member Green first.
I probably had the same sentiments, but I was going to ask pose it in a different way, that whoever can check out a book from that local LEA, I would assume it would be the student. It's a student card. It's not like a library at a school is not a public library per se. It's actually designated to a specific body, which is the students that are registered and attending that school system. Is that correct?
It's my understanding, unless there's some clarification from staff. Okay, I think that's correct. Member Hymas, did you want to? All right.
All mine are easy, so they should be quick.
These. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not here to comment again. I'm in queue for.
Okay. All right.
motion.
Let's come back. So this is teed up. Then we got the motion on the floor. Yes.
Yes, staff recommended a technical change, and they explained the rationale why, and I'll defer to staff on explanation, but it won't be listed as a C. The language of the motion will not change, but rather its placement. So I wanted you to be aware of that before we called it up for a vote. And they're
Got it.
working on that now.
All right. Thank you. So
The language is
the motion on the floor is Member Carey's amendment to Vice Chair Earl's amendment. And you'll see Vice Chair Earl's language in blue, the top paragraph of Member Carey, if that makes sense. Member Carey's actual amendment is requires notification to add after removal of objective sensitive materials, requires notification to parents via school-ready communication platform when sensitive materials have been removed. Okay. Last comment, Member Straight.
So, I guess we can't make an amendment to this.
No.
So I guess I could request that this be considered by the maker of the motion. That it be publicly noticed that these, which means that the minutes of the board meeting would represent public notice.
I think that's a new amendment. We got to see if this is accepted, right? I think we're about to vote. We don't even need to call the question. All right, we got to vote, folks. I am way too lenient. Who pointed that out yesterday?
Me.
You. It's a very good point. It's 4:00. I mean, let's tee this up or quick point of clarification?
Yes, point of clarification. I thought yesterday we passed an amendment or something that said that anything that's provided electronically has to be provided in paper. So this does not
I don't think that's a general rule that was passed. I think it was specific to something.
Passed specific to what? What was it specific to?
Better remember that. I don't think that was a general rule that we passed.
Okay.
Elise?
I believe that was R277495, which has to do with student communications. So I don't believe this would fall under that because it's with parents or adults.
Okay, so it's just with students that it has to be on
That's
paper,
right.
not with parents.
Okay.
That's
All right.
helpful. I want to
With-
make sure that we weren't overlooking that.
Thank you. I think that was a general rule, just was only applicable to students. Maybe? Okay, let's vote. If we have it. Let's see. Okay. Member Klein? Member Bogus?
Yes.
Bogus is yes. Member Davis?
Abstain, please, sir.
Okay, back to
I'm a
member.
yes.
Member Sorry.
Member Klein is a yes.
Member Klein is a yes. Did we get Member Bogus?
Yes, sir, you did.
Oh, okay. And Member Reel, if you're with us.
No.
Member Reel is a no. Let's see. We have 12 votes. I don't know that we're missing anything. Those vice chairs. Sheesh. Oh, could we enter Member Reel's votes? Okay. That motion passes 10 to 2 to 3. The noes being Member Booth and Member Lear, abstaining Member Davis and Member Straight. Oh, I missed a no. Member Reel's a no. There we go. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So that motion having passed, we're back to Member Earl's motion to amend, which says communication with vendors and publishers regarding the new language, removal of sensitive materials, plus the language we just passed from Member Carey, requires notification to parents by a school-ready communication platform when sensitive materials have been removed. Any further discussion? Seeing no lights, please vote.
Member Klein is a yes.
Klein is a yes. Member Bogus?
Sir, I don't see the motion.
Do you see the screen?
Yep, but oh, there it is.
We'll come
Yes.
back. Yeah, Member Bogus is a yes. Member Davis?
Abstain, please.
Member Davis abstains.
Member Reel is a no.
I'm sorry, I forgot you're online. Member Reel's a no. Am I missing anybody else online? Okay, that's everybody. That motion passes 12 to 1 to 2. The abstention being Member Davis, the no votes being Member Reel and Member Lear. Okay, we are back then to the underlying motion, which is draft 5 as amended. And Vice Chair Earl, you have a, sorry? Member Hymas was
Yep,
in line.
go ahead.
Excuse me.
Can we pull up the draft with lines, what we just discussed, 68 through 71-ish? Okay, so first off, this, I don't know if this is amendment. Hopefully this is just technical. Line 71, C right there. Sensitive materials removed from student access may not be sold or distributed to a minor. I wonder if we could just make that the next B, pull it out of that column there because it doesn't really fit in there. And then just make it the next B. So B, where it says ensure each school, that would be C, and then so on and so forth. I look to policy writers to make sure that that makes sense. Elise? She shook her head yes, so now we can move on.
So
Can I?
Almost.
No.
I'm sorry. I have to step away for just a second, but I wanted on that line to see if we can't fix it so that those books can't just be disposed of like in a school dumpster so that kids have access to it some other way. But I got to step away for a minute.
Okay, so Member Hymas,
So I don't know if this is,
you're on line 71,
yeah,
changing
and
that
I don't know if
to-
this is necessarily a motion or if this is just a technical change, because again, if you read it, so if you read line 68, because remember 68 would stand alone with 69 and then 68 to 70 and then 68 to 71 because it's an A, B, and C. It doesn't make sense. Line 71C,
I see.
in my opinion, should be a standalone. It's just simply
That should
saying
be little
sensitive
b.
materials that are removed should not be accessible
Got
or sold to students. And just simply throwing them in a dumpster, in my opinion, is accessible. I think you got to do a better job than that. Right? It's not like we would say, okay, we found some paraphernalia, we're just going to throw it in the dumpster. We wouldn't do that either, right? We'd get rid of it. So I think it's covered, but that's just me.
Without objection, any objection to changing the C to a, sorry? Just a technical conforming,
Yeah,
okay.
I think he had that one in the pocket. I'm just kidding. Okay, yeah, just pulling it out of there. We can discuss verbiage later, but that's not my amendment. That's just a technical change I wondered if we could do. If we could jump to my amendment, Chair.
Where would that be? Sure.
That's on line 68.
Okay.
So stay there, please. I move that we replace considers with requires. We're doing all this work. We're telling people they have to do it. When it's a consideration, it's simply a consideration. You're going to have people say, well, yeah, I considered it. I'm not doing it. We're saying we spend all that time on A and B, and then Joe Carey, remember Carey's amendment, not to say, yeah, we just want you to think about it. But as a board, we're telling them, not asking them. I just spoke to that.
The
Sorry.
amendment is, the amendment is on line 68 to change considers to requires. Is there a second? It's been seconded. You spoke to it.
And I
Did you want
spoke to
further
it. Thank
speak?
you.
Okay, further discussion to the amendment. And we're straight to this or holding for something else? Okay. All right. Seeing no lights. Anybody online? Who?
I have an amendment after this, sir.
Okay, so you're holding? All right. Anybody
sir.
else? Anybody else speaking to Member Hymas's amendment? If not, let's vote. Motion is to replace considers with requires on line 68.
Bogus is a yes.
Thank you. Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein's a yes. Member Davis, are you back? Member Reel?
Yes, I'm a yes.
Member Davis is a yes. Member Reel?
No.
Member Reel's a no. Okay. Let's see. I think that's done. That passes with 13 to 2, the noes being Member Lear and Member Reel. Back to you, Member Hymas. Did you have something else or on to Member Straight? Got it covered, Member Straight.
Okay, my amendment go back to where we were. And this is an amendment I tried to make before. We'll try it again. So on C, on line 71, sensitive materials removed from student access shall be destroyed.
Sorry, this is on which line?
Thank you. $71.
So replacing may not be sold or distributed to a minor with shall be destroyed?
We can't hear you.
We got some back talk, just kind of, not
I-
back talk, side talk.
So if we want, we can
Did we
say
get
shredded.
did we get a second? Hold on just a second.
Oh, yeah, we didn't.
Do we have a second? Second, my member.
I
Lee. Go-
second it.
All right, got a couple seconds. Thank you. Back to you,
Hey,
Member
I'll
Straight.
take it, anyone. So I don't care if it's shredded, burned, it has to be destroyed one way or another. You cannot be able to read it.
Okay.
Because we can also not give it to those who have turned 18 their senior year.
Member Green.
I recognize there's a bit of jovialness right now with maybe the well it makes really good memes, I think, for sure, and we're definitely aware of what this is referencing for sure. I think my comment is just towards the fact that the work that we're doing here today falls into a level of seriousness that beyond the puns of book burning and book banning, we are in essence protecting children from being distributed sexually explicit materials funded under the taxpayer dollar through our public education system, K through 12. And so I recognize that this has been a very heavy lift. It's very controversial. But the work here that we do today, I believe, is setting right a wrong that has been funneled through our public education system. And I'm happy to recognize that the people that have decided to carry the weight of this conversation, to be thorough and in the arguments, that we will reestablish education to not be distributors of sexually explicit materials, but rather realign to the uplifting pursuits of humankind. And that's all.
Thank you, Member Green. The language on the floor is that the materials shall be destroyed. Further, Member Straight.
Definitely appreciate the attitude of seriousness, and I will tell you that I am absolutely serious that if this material is that way, I'm not making any references to book burning. I just want it in a situation where it's not available and it's gone and it's not showing up with anyone else. So, give me the same grace that I gave you in regards to my intent. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Straight. Member Lear.
I want to say if I seem jovial or humorous, it's because I find it interesting that not all parents are respected. This is about parents of some students, but not parents of all students. And I find it interesting and rather contradictory that not all parents' rights are respected here. Because I frankly trust my children and grandchildren, and I think they can choose well. And I find it amusing that we're going to ban books and we're going to burn books and we're going to cart them to beyond the dumpster at the school because kids are so desperate to get a hold of information that they apparently aren't getting clearly from parents. So I think my attitude is justified, and I appreciate other people's gravity, but I don't have a hard time taking this seriously. And frankly, I hope this is so bad that someone sues the rule in the rule and the law.
I have a comment.
Thank you. Hold on, we'll get you. Member Carey lit up his light, and then is that Member Klein? Okay,
Yes.
Member Carey, and then Member Klein.
Yeah, I know there's several ways to look at this, and the irony is not lost on me that the same folks who were pushing to ban musical instruments, T-shirts, and people standing up in this room are now among the loudest voices saying, hey, we can't, you're banning books. So I get that there's a different way of looking at these things, but I think I'm safe in saying that all of us have been approached by concerned parents about the materials in their public schools. And had this board gotten it right the last couple years, we would not be here today doing the things that the legislature has said, get it right this time. So I would hope that we would approach it in that light. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Klein.
Yes, I am grateful for this motion, and those that are opposed to such, it's clear to me that they've not dealt with a close family member that has been taught well and yet still succumbs to these kind of addictions, behavioral addictions that override their sense of right and wrong especially when they are young and exposed to things prematurely that sexualize them and that flood their systems with all kinds of hormones that make it very difficult for them to think straight and takes them out of their frontal lobe and keeps them stuck in their midbrain where their behaviors are compulsive based on not having brains developed well enough to be able to pull themselves out of that. Even adults struggle with this when it comes to this highly sexualized material. And that's why most reasonable adults are stunned by this kind of material and blush even, and it's not allowed to even show in adult meetings like this. So I'm grateful that we are finally addressing this and taking a clear stand on it, that this is not okay for our kids and that we need to make sure we take every precaution to protect them from that early sexualization that will lead them to a lifelong battle with addiction or falling into the trap of thinking that those kind of materials are good or normal that are so destructive, not just of the individual, but of society as a whole. And just to extend the conversation a little bit, I'm grateful for the work that's been done at all levels on this, but I still have major concerns when it comes to the exceptions that we've made that says that in some regard that these kind of illegal content for minors is somehow being allowed or deemed acceptable in certain areas of our education system, like family and consumer science, like medical classes, like concurrent enrollment, or as the law says, any other course that the USBE deems appropriate. It's clear from the definitions of objective sensitive material that it is never appropriate for minors. And in what situation would it ever be appropriate in those particular exceptional categories? Why do we need it? Why is there ever a need to accept objective sensitive material in a family and consumer science class, in a concurrent enrollment class, in a medical class? Because the things that you would normally find in those, there's no need for objective sensitive material, even in a medical class, because anatomy charts and such don't fall under that definition. So I know that that's currently needs to be fixed in the law, but as long as we're going to make exceptions, those exceptions will be wielded and weaponized against our best efforts to remove these sensitive materials in other areas as well.
Okay, thank you, Member Klein. So the motion again is to have the materials destroyed. The language is, let's see, we're back to you, Member Straight. Closing point quickly. We do need to.
Actually, sir,
Member Bogus, yeah,
I'm in line.
We'll come to you too then. Member Straight, Member Bogus.
So I definitely want to approach this in the right way, but I want to disagree better, or as best I can. Two years ago, we adopted policy, and we now have, and that policy would still be in place today, except we had a new bill. The State Board of Education does not make law. The legislature makes the law and we implement it. If someone can point out to me where we did not implement the law properly, then that would that would be fine, but that's not the case.
So,
We
okay.
implemented fully. Well, I'm responding to the accusation,
I know.
Chair.
Go ahead.
And Chair, that if we had gotten it right, no, I take offense to that. That is incorrect. It is, and it's wrong to just let it slide by. So that's my 2 cents. And yeah.
Fair enough. I don't want to relitigate because we're short on time. And so let's avoid dragging each other into prior. And I understand we've all been here a while on the board. Lots to go back to. Yes, a meeting in the next few weeks. Okay. I am being told we got a couple things to do or else we're going to have a special meeting. So let's try it. If Member Bogus,
sir-
let's be quick. If you could, the motion on the floor is to change the language from where'd it go? May not be sold or distributed to a minor to must be destroyed. Does this go to that
Yes, sir.
motion?
Yes,
that
it
language?
does.
Okay,
So,
thank you, ma'am.
Yes. So just for clarity in the public record, 2 years ago, the policy adopted was model. It was not required and nobody even had to read it. So that's just for clarity for the public record. With
That doesn't
regard to
go to
this
the
motion,
language.
and
We're
I
asking
said
you
with
to-
regard to
yeah.
this motion,
The motion is
that
to
I
replace it with
we may
shall be
have, sir, may I
destroyed.
finish?
Yes, I just need to keep
May I
it germane to the language on the floor, which is shall be destroyed. We're not relitigating
Yeah, I
past
understand
years.
that, sir. I'm trying
Okay.
to finish.
All right, don't relitigate. Go ahead.
So, my question, I believe, is for Superintendent Jones. I think we might be in an issue here with the destruction of government property as opposed to the disposal of. And while I would support the motion, I know that there are surplus and there's ways to dispose of government property, and I'm concerned we're in an area here where we're mandating that our LEAs do something that would otherwise be contrary to law.
Deputy Jones, would you have an answer to that or anybody else in staff? Sorry?
Do you want me to go, Chair?
All right. Deputy Jones. Yes, if you could.
Well, so I believe Board Member Bogus's concern is valid in the sense that there are certain parameters surrounding purchases of materials by certain types of funding. However, what we're talking about here, though, I don't think any of that would apply, but we can certainly check. But I do feel like the destroying of the materials likely supportable. But if there are exceptions, I think staff could come back and we can make sure that, we account for those appropriately. Does that help answer the question?
Member Bogus?
Actually, sir, it does. And with that, I would like to offer an amendment or move to table until we have that information, because I do not want to put our LEAs in a situation where they could be litigated over the destruction of government property that's been procured. So I would move to table until we get that information. Otherwise, I have an amendment, sir.
Yeah, I think that's a motion. We can do an amendment to an amendment. We got back to one, so we'd be back up to two. The motion to table is not necessarily an amendment. Motion to table, I assume, table till, is there a time that, I think she's saying
I
to
would-
table it until we have an answer, correct?
Yes, if that's a special session, that's what that is. I understand it's Friday at 4. If it's an hour from now, that's fine, but I think we need to table this motion until such time that we have an answer to that question from our legal staff.
Do we have any answer that there is a way to destroy books, or is there a question whether any destruction of books might lead to liability? If
My concern is that we are in a space where we have directed LEAs to, quote, destroy
right, and I'm asking.
resources procured with government funds, and there's a law against that. And there's a reason that we have surplus lots. There's a reason that it's stored. There's a reason that when it's resold, there's all of those things, which why I think the language was as it was to honor that law. I just think we're in really, really shady area here, and I think we need a legal analysis of this.
And I'm trying to see if we have one to inform the motion. Yes, somebody's
Would the maker of the motion,
Member
of the
Davis?
main,
Member Davis, you're recognized, yes.
would the maker of the main motion, or the shall be destroyed, feel it friendly to say, that the LEA shall dispose of? That just means it's out of the LEA, it's gone, and they don't have to, I mean, destroyed, to Member Bogus's point, who knows, but they can dispose of it from the LEA, and I think that's the most important point. They can do it however they
Is
want
that
to
a
do
friendly
it.
member? Okay, we got to keep it tight here. We are literally going to run up against 6 o'clock or something else. Member Straight, is that a friendly?
Yes, because I don't want to destroy
Okay,
the work
with
that's
any
been done.
objection?
Let's move on.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none. It's friendly. Disposed of. Okay. Final.
Object.
We dispose of things all the time.
All right. There's an objection. So do we have time for an amendment? We do have space for an amendment.
Then I would move to amend, but we still have not voted on my motion.
You are correct. That is okay. Let me just get some clarity here. Council, do we have any information sufficient to satisfy Member Bogus that there is a way to destroy materials without potential liability? Doesn't sound like it. I think that was a quick question. So that's it. Yeah, go ahead, AGBL.
Deputy Superintendent Stallings and I were just chatting, and we would need some time to fully research that. Neither of us feels familiar enough with the kind of financial codes there to provide an answer right now.
Okay. So the motion on the table, on the floor, is to table this until there's an answer from our Assistant AG, which may be today, or it may be require a special session or go to August. It is open-ended until there's an answer about this question. So was there a second on the motion to table? Seconded by Member Green. Is that your second? Okay. Second by Member Green. I don't know. Is that debatable? Motion to table? I can't remember. Sorry. Not debatable. So it's on the floor. The motion is to table this motion with, is that the, I think you just table the entire
agenda
item, correct? Okay. Tabling the item until there's an answer from our legal staff on the ability to destroy materials. Let's see. We did not get to dispose because the motion to table came in first, correct? So that is hanging in the background, not on the floor. Okay. So if this passes, it's deferred. If not, we will consider Member Davis's motion. All right.
Chair, are we discussing the motion?
Member Bogus.
Or are we
No,
voting?
it's non-debatable, so we're voting. The motion is to table.
Okay.
If that's Member Bogus, your motion is on the floor. Motion is to table the item. Table the whole item
Yes.
until there's an answer on the ability to destroy without risking legal. The entire item. Yes, the entire item.
This is Member Real.
Member Real,
And
yes. Your vote?
I vote no.
Okay. Member
And
Real's a
I
no.
find it ironic that those that care so badly about keeping pornography out of our schools seem to be doing at the same time everything they can to make sure this rule doesn't pass. And I have spent a lot of time with this rule. I think it's a really great rule. I hope you all oppose tabling this because a lot of work has gone into this and
debating,
plenty of
Member Real.
opportunity.
We're a little bit into
I
debating.
won't explain my answer.
I understand. But
Everyone else
Member
does. I
Bogus.
wanted to. Thank
Understood. Member Bogus. Member Bogus was a yes. Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein is a yes. Member Bogus? Who are we missing?
So, sir, I've already voted and it appears to be on the board.
I got you. We got a couple more here.
I'm a no.
Member Real or
Davis is a no.
Real was a no. Okay, that fails 11-3 to 1. The abstention being Member Carey, the no votes being Member Klein, Member Green, Member Bogus. So we are back on the floor. Member Davis had a proposed amendment. Member Davis. Sorry, and then Member Norton's in line. Member Davis, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm fine to go back to the way it was before, that it needs to be out of the LEA, or if Member Straight feels strongly that needs to not be accessible at all, then we use the word disposed. I think it's much easier for LEAs. They can put it in a trunk that's locked that nobody ever gets to. They can throw it away. They can whatever.
So is the motion to replace destroy with disposed?
I have a comment.
Disposed of, excuse me. Sorry, who has a comment?
Member Klein?
Member Klein. Oh, I'm sorry. We had Member Norton first. Can you run to my board here? I'm sorry. We're in
I'd like to make an
4:15
amendment
chaos.
to the amendment.
The train southwest out of Chicago has left the station. All right. Member Davis. Okay, so Member Hymas's, no, not Member Hymas's. Member Straight's motion is on the floor, which says to take it to shall be destroyed. Member Davis, do you have a proposed amendment to Member Straight?
I would change it to like a disposed of or
Okay.
something.
Second.
Destroyed is like picking a shred every
Is
single
there a
page.
second? Hold on. Is there a second? Folks, I'm going to have to get gavelly here. There has been a second. Back to you, Member Davis. Finally.
That's it.
Okay.
I have a comment.
Any discussion, Member Norton?
I think this would be a friendly amendment to the amendment to add the word legally dispose.
Okay. Is that friendly? Any objection?
Friendly.
Hearing
Friendly.
none? Hearing none. I don't see any lights. Any other lights online? Let's vote.
I have a comment. I have a comment.
Yes. Is that Member Klein?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
it is.
Quickly.
I think we could, maybe this is a friendly legally destroy.
Well, we have
So
legally
once
disposed
the
is on the
answer
floor.
comes back. But that's why I'm asking if it would be a friendly to change it to legally destroy. Because again, this goes back to my former concern about just throwing it in the dumpster behind the
Okay.
school and now a feeding frenzy for kids that realize that that's where those books get tossed.
Any objection to changing it back to legally destroy?
Object.
Objection. Okay. So it's not a friendly. All right.
So, sir, with respect, the motion is not on the screen.
All right. Let's tee this up and get a vote going here.
You scroll
Let's get a
up.
vote. All right. So the friendly is shall be disposed of. There we go. Legally disposed of.
Scroll up a little
Scroll up. Okay. Member
bit. No, other way.
Straight's
Sorry, scroll down.
Other way.
Member Straight's motion, as amended in the most friendly fashion, is that sensitive materials removed from student access shall be legally disposed of. Okay, let's vote. Member Bogus.
So I will vote in the affirmative. However,
Okay.
I have an amendment.
Well, we're voting. All right, we'll hold
I
you after
understand
this.
that, but I was
We
in,
got you.
I was in line a long time ago.
Okay, we got you. Can you keep the line? Okay, we got you. Member Klein, did you vote?
I will abstain.
Member Reel.
Member Real is a yes.
Reel's a yes. Okay, let's see. Who are we missing here? Member Davis.
Yes.
Member Davis is a yes. Missing anybody else? Member Green. Member Green slipped out. All right. Oh, I'm sorry.
just wanna
Just
know-
hide your back.
Legally dispose of has a definition? Well, I don't know if that has a definition. So we're still not clear. It's not destroy. But we're still not sure if. But I think we sunsetted that or repealed that in a right?
No, that is,
Yeah.
we repealed giving them to other schools. But we still have to have a disposal.
Do you want me to say something?
I'm Yeah.
just too tired to move back there. I
Sure.
apologize.
Deputy Sines.
I don't know if there's a legal disposal process. There's probably a process that LEAs use to dispose of products. There
Okay.
used to be a requirement that LEAs, before they could dispose of textbooks, that they had to offer them to others. That was repealed about 2 years ago. So there's no requirement any longer for LEAs to maintain product and to offer it to others. That is now gone.
Okay, Member Carey, point of information. We're
This
just
may it'll help me better understand. But when the schools confiscate all these vapes, like they dispose of them, I imagine all the time. And so how does that happen when we're not saying legally dispose of this, destroy this? I mean, they're doing it obviously in a responsible fashion. So I'm less concerned that they say destroy or remove for eternity. Like the schools are able to do this. They've been doing it. So when we say legally dispose of, I don't think they're taking vapes from one school and giving to another one. I don't. Okay. And that's all.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Thank you. Do we have a closeout here? That passes. That passes 14 votes in affirmative, member Klein abstaining. So we are back to the underlying. Well, let's see. What is underlying this? Let us make sure. I know. I just want to make sure where we are. Are we on? Member Straight has amended. Are we back to the baseline motion?
No, sir, I have an amendment.
I know you do, Member Vargas. I'm just trying to make sure we know where we're putting it. 1 second. We're coming right to you. Okay. All right. Member Davis
What
amended.
does it
Member
read in
Straight.
context?
So, Member Vargas, is your amendment go to Member Straight's motion, which is now on the board as amended by Member Davis, or is this something separate?
Yes, it goes to line number 71 and 72.
Okay, part of what's already up there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, floor is yours.
So we have, actually, it's down just a little bit, I believe, the one that passed. I don't know what's on the screen
Let's
there.
see, what passed? I think we're getting that framed up in the middle of the screen for you in just a second here. Okay, so what is in the middle there? Member Straight motion as amended is what has been, that incorporates Member Davis's language, and it's now on the floor. Is your amendment to that language?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We got
So
you.
I would move that we amend this to say that sensitive materials removed from student access shall be disposed of and may not be sold or distributed, period.
Okay, is there a second?
And I can.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Do we have to vote on that? I mean, isn't that understood? Can we just add it?
Well, if it's a friendly without objection, we can. It's Member Straight's underlying motion. Is that friendly? I think it's Member Straight. Yeah. I guess I'll just interpret on the fly because as the chair, I would think this means that disposing cannot mean selling it to anybody, right? Member Bogus?
Yep.
Okay. Is that friendly?
Yes, and I
Yes,
think
that's-
it's,
yeah.
it's feared.
Yeah, let's move it. Let's
This prevents anybody from interpreting disposing of it to say, I sold it on the street corner and that disposed of it, right? So any objection? Objection?
Point of information.
Okay.
Would this language, and I'm not sure how often this happens, but would this language prohibit a school from giving it to a recycler or selling it to a recycler, where in the end, the book itself doesn't exist, but my concern would be something like that. And then that's why I think we don't micromanage them on the other items that they confiscate that are in violation of the law. I don't believe we should be doing it here because I think we run into issues that the LEAs are addressing. Thank you, Chair. But that's my point of information. Would this prohibit a school or LEA from giving this to a recycler or selling it to be recycled?
I'm seeing, let's see. Member Bogus, did you want to answer that?
I thought it was for our legal counsel.
Okay, I thought I heard you addressing it.
I have a comment. It was probably me you heard.
Well, let me see if we have an answer. The question was, I think, whether this language would preclude them from selling it to recycler as a means of disposal, as opposed to selling it to some person who might. Ashley? AAG Beal. Shall be legally disposed. Who's that?
G.
Davina?
Chair, if I may. So something we've been, a couple of us have been looking at and texting about is our surplus laws. So in general, LEAs, just like the state, when we have product or something of value, and there are laws that do require you to go through a process of surplus. And that's so that if there's something of value, it's fairly disposed of, right? And so one of the recommendations was to potentially state shall be disposed of in an allowable manner, which would include the LEA's existing procedures, any surplus
So
requirements.
allowable would be under the LEA or under state law?
Could be
as-
state
as a
law, it
manner
could
of-
be their policies
Allowable's
and
kind of, okay.
instead of saying
Let's
legal
just try
manner,
to cut through this
yeah.
and see what we got. So we got member Bogus, we got member Straight, I think are the makers and the underlying makers, right? We
I have a
have
comment to this.
language that might be, let's see, shall be legally disposed of and may not be sold or distributed. Wait, is that what we got? Is this where we, huh?
And the black underline.
Okay, that's the language of member Straight plus member Bogus. May not be sold or distributed. Shall be legally
Yeah,
disposed of and may not be sold or distributed. And then member Carey's question is, does that preclude? So is there other language in there? Let's just kind of briefly, member Deputy Stallings, what's the suggestion? We want them to dispose of it. We don't want them to sell it to somebody who might use it. We want to follow disposal law. We have language that captures that, and we'll put it out there and see if it's objectionable.
I have a point of clarification.
Member Klein?
Yes, thank you.
Let's watch for language from Deputy Stallings to synthesize, maybe, if that's
Well,
possible.
I have a question
Yes,
to
go ahead.
what she recommended or
Okay.
what she was talking about is surplus laws based on product that has value, whereas objective sensitive material by the law and the definition has no value for minors.
I'm not sure if
So I
I'm
don't know if
comparing
that would
material,
apply.
financial value, and literary value. Member
Okay.
Deputy Stallings.
Either way,
Yeah, I think things of value
Well,
under
that's-
the procurement code relate to monetary value and not literary.
Mm,
Deputy Stallings?
My guess is that what the board is trying to say is to use appropriate policies, procedures in accordance with the law as you are disposing of these books.
Yes, but more than that, we want it to not be going to somebody else, right? So the combination of
Yeah,
that,
okay.
what the legal parameters you described with don't dispose of it in a way that gets it to a minor somehow, right? I think that's the,
Do you want to say does not dispose or does not
well,
provide
not
to
a
a
minor,
minor?
I'm sorry, sold or distributed.
well, that's been my concern is that disposing of could still mean throwing it in the dumpster in the back of the school. And that has not been addressed in this language.
By the way, did we ever vote on legally destroyed? I don't think we had an answer because that was a question that was not quite answered. Do we? Yeah, so that was where we came to a motion to table. We didn't quite have an answer, but we didn't table it. Yes.
It would be illegal because of our sensitive materials laws, it would be illegal for an LEA to provide those books that have been removed to another minor because they are sensitive materials. So it's already illegal to do that. So if we say in an allowable manner, that would encompass any laws that would prohibit distribution or passing that along to a minor.
So point of clarification.
Okay, we have member Booth, member Lear, and then we're going to vote. We're going to vote in exactly a minute and a half. I'm kidding. If I'm trying to limit speech,
I would like to call the question.
I am grossly incompetent at limiting speech. Let me just say that for the record. Member Booth would like to call the question. It has been called. What is being called is the language that's on the board. Yes.
Chair, yeah.
Well, we
To
had a
Sybil's
motion.
point, staff would like to clarify what the potential call the question is
Yeah,
on.
what's on?
Member Bogus proposed an amendment to the amendment, and then there was discussion to try to do it without objection, and then we've been discussing whether or not that's anybody has objections.
Was that
So
seconded?
it has not been seconded as an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so what was put out was the language that said this or something else.
What was put out was would be Member Boggs's amendment to the amendment
Which
to add
is-
and may not be sold or distributed.
All right, so remember, let's see, whose language was legally disposed of? Let me just
Member Davis.
walk me through what's up here. What was Davis's? Shall not be disposed of. Okay, and then Bogus was this part at the end, correct? And there was no objection to that. Was there any objection
Member
to Member
Carey
Bogus's
objected.
language? Hey, folks, we're just disentangling. Was there any objection to Member Bogus's language may not be sold or distributed? I think Member Carey had a question. Was it an objection?
No, it was answered. And
Okay.
Board Member Green is
All right. Well, there was no objection, so that language was added without objection. Right? So that's now
And
what's
the motion
being
was
called.
seconded.
What's being called is what's on the screen. Right? So, question was called. Member shall be legally disposed of was Davis's language,
Yes, sir.
and may not be sold or distributed was Member Bogus's language, neither of which had an objection. They've not been voted on, so they're on the floor. Member Booth has called the question. So that's what we're voting
Point of clarification.
whether to.
What was it before?
Let's
Like
vote.
if this doesn't pass, what is the underlying motion? What was the verbiage
underlying
before?
Motion is shall be legally, let's see. May not be sold or distributed to a minor. So we go back to the underlying language. Okay.
Okay.
Motion is whether to vote immediately on the language on the board.
Which language, sorry?
As amended with Davis and Bogus language. Yep.
Oh, we're calling the question. Thank you.
yeah, I need Klein and Bogus.
Oh, Member Klein to call the question.
Yeah, no.
Member Klein's a no. Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Bogus is yes. Member Davis.
Yes.
And Davis is yes. Member Reel.
Yes.
We got her. Okay, that motion passes 13-2. The no votes being Klein and Green. So we'll now proceed to a vote on the motion from Member Straight, Member Davis, and Member Bogus, which is that to replace that sensitive materials. Let's see. Language would be that sensitive materials removed from student access shall be legally disposed of and may not be sold or distributed.
I would like to amend
Is
the
that wrong?
amendment.
No, we called the question. We're voting. But Member Carey, was that point of clarification?
It's contradictory because if you can legally sell or distribute it, we're saying, well, you still can't do that.
Shall be legally disposed of and may not be sold or distributed.
Right, but if you can
Okay.
legally, that's all.
All right. It's we're voting. Called the question. It's up for a vote. Oh, Member Bogus? Member Klein?
No.
Or Member Bogus?
Member Real is a yes.
Sorry, Member Bogus?
So I'm going to vote yes, but I have great concerns with how this whole thing has gone down.
Okay. Member Klein? You're not alone. Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein's yes. Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Davis is yes. Who are we missing? That is everybody, and it is unanimous. So, okay.
I have
we're
an
back
amendment.
to the underlying. Let me just frame up where we are, folks. I want to make sure we know what we're. Are we back to the underlying motion as amended now? To approve draft 5 as amended. Yes. Member Klein. Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Earl had a light. Sorry.
Well, we're on, I think, board member, You've got a list, right?
Got a list.
Okay.
All right. Earl and then Real. We got you in line, Member
Okay.
Klein as well. Did you get Member Klein? All right, Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl.
I have just some clarifying language on line, sorry, let me go back. On line, I think it's 83 if I'm looking at the right document, but it just clarifies here. This is what I'm going to change it to. You have it pulled up. So it says for challenges prior to July 1st, 2024, an LEA shall report to the board a removal of the materials based on an LEA's, this is new, LEA's final, then you strike objective sensitive material, final determination of which the LEA has sufficient information to support the removal using the objective sensitive material criteria. It just creates clarity. What it's saying is that before July, the law doesn't even take effect for objective sensitive materials until July 1st. So they can't really say, oh, sorry, I'm speaking to it.
I'm sorry, what's the
okay, and
precise
it's
motion
one
again?
other, and then one
What-
other
what?
thing, it needs to strike lines.
Do we have this up on the board, what you're doing here?
No. Just a second. Line 89. Oh yeah, I need to strike, and then striking line 89 and 90. And I can explain that if I get a second. Okay, so what it does is it just clarifies the language, and it says that you can't technically have a final objective sensitive materials determination prior to July because the law doesn't have that in place, but you can use that, meaning that the law, the criteria to determine if your removal had to do with this objective sensitive materials. All it's doing is saying, it's clarifying. And then,
Hold on.
well, it is already
We'll get
retroactive.
there.
The law makes it retroactive. Well, that's, okay. Anyways, and then the striking 89 and 90, because it's confusing. Do you have to go back and do a review or not? And it's, so the first part just allows that, the amendment, what, now Carol, just a second, don't talk yet. So I can think. No, I know, but you're making it so thank you. Okay, so for challenges prior to July 1st, right? So you're going to be able to use the criteria on those that are removed, and then the other one says you don't have to go back and do the whole reevaluation. You just use the criteria you have. So that's my motion before the board.
Is there a second? Did we already get a second? We had a couple seconds to both parts. Okay, open the floor to discussion.
Do you have it up there? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did I not get it quite right?
Did you have a comment?
Lines 95. Sorry. I believe it's lines 95 to 96 that.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. And it's probably because we've been adding to, right? I'm just looking at my document. So it would be striking lines. No. So, okay, do you have my amendments that I sent? Yeah, you're okay. So it would be, now that, the lines are off from when they were. So 89 through 92, it's some new language, not new language, it just creates clarity. And then it strikes line 95 and 96. And I don't know why 93 and 94 is stricken. Is there a reason why that's stricken? Was that a motion from before? Okay. That wasn't on mine. I don't know. Is that on the number 5? Oh, I don't know. Okay, so that has already been stricken? Someone clarify for me. LEA shall do an initial review. So 93 and 94.
So you guys are coming in and out, and so it's kind of down like this.
Sorry, so just 1 second. We'll get the motion up here so that we can be clear and that you can see it too.
Thank you very much.
Like this? That kind of thing?
Can we try to pass without objection since it's just adding clarity?
Do we have it?
Sorry, I lost
Sorry.
track. I apologize. You handling? Do we have it up there? Placing it.
Okay. So let's make sure it's correct here.
We're still framing it up.
I don't know. Okay, so it's. You want me to read it again? You guys just, sorry. Okay. Okay, so I'll just read it and then you can make sure it's there. For challenges prior to July 1st, 2024, an LEA shall report to the board a removal of the material based on an LEA's final determination, striking objective sensitive materials determination because there weren't any of those, of which the LEA has sufficient information to support the removal using the objective sensitive material criteria. Okay. And then it would be striking the last, the and then, so I just need a clarification. It sounds to me like 93 and 94, which were notwithstanding subsection 1, an LEA need not reevaluate determinations prior. That one that's stricken, so we must have had a motion prior. Is that accurate? Does anyone confirm that?
What are we looking for?
And this just reminding everyone, this has to do with LEA compliance. This is the reporting to us, and it's dealing with the law, the retroactive element. It's giving information to districts on what that needs to be or look like. So that's why. And taking off 90, well, someone did second it. I'm just making sure the language is right, but we're taking off an LEA shall do an initial review as described in subsection and and subsection for all materials removed prior to July 1st, 2024. We're asking him to go do an initial review after they've done it. So that it just seems to be messy. Does that make sense? Instead of clear. If you got the criteria, if you've removed it, look at your criteria. Does it meet the law? That's what you would send in to us after July 1st. Can we just keep talking for a minute?
Do we have everything out there for discussion? Or are we still going through each of the possible amendments? It's all there? Question, comment?
Just as a point of clarification, that line, the notwithstanding subsection 1, was passed as a motion in the May board meeting.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you. Okay, so then it would just be striking 95 and 96. So it just would have the clarification up above. So.
Okay. Do we need discussion on that motion then?
Yes.
You open it up. Who's that? Member Bogus? This is for striking lines 95 and 96?
Yes, sir.
No,
But my
sorry.
hand was on the first one up online. I don't want to whatever. I just want to let you know I'm here.
Okay. So it is, we're striking lines 95 and 96 on the floor. Discussion, Member Lear? No? Okay. I don't see any lights for this item. So let's vote.
Oh, well, okay. So then can I speak?
Oh, yeah.
'Cause I thought there was
Sorry.
someone.
No. You're on.
Okay, so as I read this, it appears to circumvent the statewide removal with retroactive removals. So there are a number of books that the previous removal would automatically trigger a statewide removal on July 1. But as this is written, it appears to circumvent that. And I need some clarity as to that those books are going to trigger that statewide removal and they're going to go.
So, and I can speak to that. Board Member Bogus, I'm trying to make sure this is clear too. So if it's still not clear, the reason why you've got to go back, and I don't think it's trying to circumvent it. You have to have a criteria in order to base it on. If the criteria doesn't take effect until July 1st, you can't say, okay, anything you've taken out based on the objective sensitive materials criteria needs to be removed. I don't know if that makes sense. So you've actually got to look at what's the name? What are we looking at? Sufficient information to support the removal. So they've got to go back and look at their information and say, does this meet the criteria that is now outlined in law that wasn't there before? Because if we're just asking them, tell us what your objective sensitive materials are, well, nobody had that criteria, if that makes sense. We don't have even in law yet until July 1st. So it's allowing that to happen. Does that not work? I guess does that make sense? I'm trying to.
So I think it creates a lot of ambiguity as I'm looking at it. It doesn't make sense to me, honestly. And
Okay, we need to, let's bring this to a head. Is there an argument, comment from other board members? Member Wood.
So as it was, I was confused as to why we would have 4 challenges and then they have to do the review afterwards. This appears to me, and clarify if I'm wrong, that you have books that were already removed. I mean, I think Davis did 102. We're not saying they have to go through all of those again. We're saying, come bring that list of ones you've removed, and as long as you can meet those objectives, then they will just go to the list. And we're not asking all the work. I mean, these are thousands and thousands of hours. I had to read 7 of them myself. Some books should never have been written. Let's just put it out there. But they don't have to go through those again. They just have to justify that now that it meets the new law.
Yes, and if we wanted to. Sorry, if we actually wanted to leave in line 93 and 94, which I would have to, I mean, it's been stricken that they need not reevaluate, but we don't need to do that because we're just saying use your criteria that's in the law. And if you have evidence, then you can verify that it meets that criteria. I think it's not that complicated, but if I'm missing something, yeah.
Does that answer the question, Member Wood? Okay, Member Lear?
But you're essentially then applying the new law to old decisions. Is that what you're saying?
By law, it is retroactive, and by law, if it meets the criteria, then it would meet the definition.
So just a simple yes or no would be better.
Ask the question again.
Okay, let's try one more time. So you're applying the new standards of the law to the old process.
Yes, we're applying the law in a way that districts can know how to apply it in the way it's
Based on
written.
old decisions.
Based on the decisions the
Prior
districts
decisions.
made. Yes.
Prior decisions
Yes.
before this law was passed,
Yes.
which is really called an ex post facto law.
I'm just saying that's what we're asked to do. This helps districts to know how to do it. That's why we write the rule. Well, it can be whatever.
All right. I see no further lights, so I think the motion before the body is to strike lines 95 and 96, correct? Replace with the amended language as shown below. For challenges prior to July 1st, 2024, LEA shall report to the board a removal of the material based on the LEA's final determination of which the LEA has sufficient information to support the removal using the objective sensitive material criteria. Okay, please vote. Yes, thank you. Keep falling asleep. Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Klein's a yes. Member Bogus? Member Bogus?
What's that?
I'm thinking.
Okay, we'll come back. Member Davis?
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Member Davis, yes. Member Reel?
Because I think
Real is a yes.
Reel's a yes. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Bogus is a yes. Who's that? I think we got everybody, right? Member Reel? That passes
I was a yes.
unanimously. Okay, look at that. Passes unanimously. Okay, back to the floor. Member, that's the floor.
I believe I was up.
Yeah, we got the floor means who's in line on the floor. I'm not just skipping you. Member Reel, then Member Klein, then Member Bogus. Member Reel.
And then.
Yeah.
Then we're
Thank
going
you, Chair.
to the next item. Then Member K. Okay, Member Reel.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we pass the rule as amended.
That would be calling the question.
Or calling to question if we're back on the irregular or on the original.
Well,
So,
what we have on the
either way.
floor, hold on, let me just, would you be trying to undo all the amendments that have been made?
No,
Okay. So
as
you're just-
amended.
all right, that would be calling the question then on the motion pending on the floor as amended. Right?
I apologize. Calling to question.
I think, correct? Okay. All right. It's not debatable. We are moving to call the question, meaning cut off debate and further amendments. Pass out the motion, vote to pass out the motion as amended. Correct. Comments, questions, motions would all be ceased and we would vote on the underlying motion as amended. Member Bogus.
No.
Member Bogus is no. Member Klein.
No.
Member Klein's a no. Member Davis. Member Davis. To call the question. Member Reel.
Yes.
Member Reel's a yes. Member Davis, we're missing yours. Did we enter Member Reels for her? Okay. Member Davis. Okay, that motion can't, yes, Member Davis.
Sorry, I had stepped out. If we're voting on the draft, I vote yes. If it's anything else, no.
We're voting to call the question. The vote is 8-6 in favor, requires 10. Motion is to call the
yes.
question on the underlying. So Member Davis is
If
a
it
yes.
leads us to a vote on the draft, yes.
Okay, Member Davis is a yes. That brings us to 9-6. That motion fails. The no votes being Member Klein, Member Bogus, Member Green, Chair Moss, Member Carey, and Member Hymas. So we are back on the floor, and we were with, let's see, Member Reel had made the motion. We're with Member Klein.
Sorry, I don't have anything at the moment.
Okay, Member Bogus.
Yes, sir.
We thought you were in line. You know? You were in line for comment at one point. We have Member Carey, though.
Yeah, please go to Member Carey. I'll pull my
Okay.
notes.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question for staff and then possibly just two motions. And my question for staff, I believe I spoke with, I think it was AAG Buse on this, but it might have been Deputy Stallings. It was yesterday, so I can't remember. But it's lines 109 through 113 on draft 3. I don't know where that is on the new draft.
It was AAG Buse who passed along her notes to me.
Thank you. And my question was, the way I read this, it seems to suggest that one member of the state board could request that an item related to this particular rule be put on the board agenda. But in that same language, it seems to say, but follow your board bylaws and rules, which expressly say it takes 3 of us. So I asked AAG Buse, and apparently AAG Beal has the answer. So, Chair, with your permission.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
AAG Buse left a proposed language change here for you that would kind of bring it together to change a state board member to the board may. And then instead of request that the material, so the board may, within 30 days of notification, place on an agenda. And then that way that rectifies it so that it's not a board member, it's the board in compliance with the policy that 3 board members would have to bring it.
Vice Chair Earl, is it possible to request that that be put up? Like, can I see that?
Yes,
in it?
can we put that up? And I do have one question. Well, when you get it up there.
Yeah.
Because it would have to go, one person can ask, but they have to go through the yeah.
And then, Vice Chair Earl, if I may, direct a question to
Yeah, you can ask another question, then we can.
Deputy Stallings. In terms of statutory prose, all this seems to be saying is if you want to do something, follow your bylaws. And if that's true, why do we even need the language in the rule?
Can I make, I think the only reason for doing that is to articulate that, and I'm just answering this because within 60 days, it has to be on an agenda. So it's creating a timeline so that it has to be on an agenda in 60 days. But at the request, we're asking that the request for a board member, whatever, right, that process is done within 30 days of the notification. So we can extend the 30 days to whatever you want it to be, but within 60 days, according to the law, it has to be on an agenda. There has to be a time from the time it's requested to the time it goes onto the agenda. That we can't just say 60 days because then we can't get it on an agenda. Does that make sense? There has to be some breathing. So that's the reason why it's articulating what our rules would be around that.
Okay, thank you. And then as I'm reading this, then it says the board instead of 1. What do we mean by that? Does that mean? Yeah, because that seems to suggest it's all of us then are looking at this rather, it seems to raise the bar instead of just.
Well, that's what I originally said as a state board member.
But now it says like the
I
full
know,
board.
I know, a state board member may within 30 days of notification. Yes. Can we unmute?
So Elise was reminding me that part of that is that the statutory language says a board member, which when you draft in statutory language, you always generally do it in the singular. But to your point, our board bylaws require requests for an agenda item to have 3 or more. So perhaps the language could be that 3 or more board members may, within 30 days, make the request.
So the end of it does say, according to our bylaws, are you wanting to move that earlier in the process? Or if, I mean, like you could say 3, but one board member can request with 2 others according to our process outline. Does it just need to be closer up to?
The only reason why you might want to, because this is a really unique situation where generally our board bylaws trump everything, right? But this is actually state law, which arguably could now trump bylaws. So if we wanted to be a little bit more specific, you may want to put it up a little earlier. It's just an idea because our bylaws probably don't have this more specific process about getting within 60 days that the board may, take this action.
Yeah, and I brought it up to AAG Buse just because it struck me as anomalous, and I'm willing to defer to staff on I'd almost view it as a technical versus substantive because whatever the law is, we have to follow, and that's what we have to follow. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention. I'm not making a motion. It was just really a point of information on this seems to be incongruent with itself. Can we fix it? But I do have a motion.
But I do think, can I just, on this same thing, if you're not going to make a motion, can I just suggest maybe
please.
there's some clarity here? Because On the line, it says the overturn of the application of the requirement. It should be the overturn of the statewide removal request. That's what isn't that what it says in law? Yeah, the statewide removal request. The request is coming from board members. You're getting rid of the statewide removal. That's why you're bringing it forward. And that's what the law says, but we don't have it quite.
Place on agenda in full board meeting.
Or is the overturn of the application of the requirement accurate?
Not to me. Following of an objective to statewide removal.
Point of order.
Yes. What's your point of order?
Member Carey said he would defer to staff to make the change.
Oh,
Member Carey said he would defer to staff to make the technical change. Can we just do that and go to the next amendment?
Should I just say without objection or?
No, I'd like to, I'm okay with them drafting it. I still think we need to see it before we vote on the final. But to Board Member Davis's point, I'm happy to move on while they work on this. I just don't want to give the suggestion that we pass it and then language is inserted that we haven't seen and reviewed.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm happy to move on to the other point I have.
Angie, do you guys want to work on that then? Or do you think you've got it?
Matt, did you second this? Was this seconded? I don't know. Well, this isn't a motion. Yeah, this is just. Yeah, thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it was just a point of information.
Should we do you want to work on that? Board Member Davis, just give us a minute.
So the language in code does use the term, the state board votes to overturn the application of the statewide removal requirement described. So in many ways, what is stated here is a restatement of the way they stated it in the law.
Okay, then we're good at that. Did you get your other, do we have another question though with this, or is that?
So is this the final language?
You're saying that the application of the requirement works then? Am I understanding that right?
Well, maybe the better way to say it, for vote of the board to overturn, sorry, I'm trying to read it. Where is it?
The statewide removal request?
Overturn the statewide removal requirement.
A requirement.
Maybe we say it that way.
Okay.
To overturn the statewide removal requirement. Yeah. But I think Vice Chair, so one of the questions is, do we even need to have this in the rule? Because the code already gives us just that 60 days. But I think to Vice Chair Earl's point is to be descriptive and help people understand in the public, they can't wait till day 55 to reach out to Board Member Wood and say, hey, you need to do this. That is what I think is why you said within 30 days, we need to get the process rolling to get it on an agenda. Because if you wait until day 59, it's done.
And we're out
So
of
I
compliance,
see the
isn't it?
value personally in what you're trying to do here by making it publicly known that the expectation is that board members should approach and start the process of getting it on an agenda within the first 30 days. So that the board has the remaining 30 days to actually have it in a committee or a board meeting and make the, it could go both ways. You could keep it silent and just rely on the code, but if you do that and somebody brings it to you on day 58, they may think that you need to call a special meting on day 59.
Well, it just needs to be on an agenda.
Or be on
We don't have to have the meeting yet, but it needs to be agendized so it can be in a meeting. So, Joe, did you have a question?
I understand the language and I'll accept it, but we're really dedicated to using the word full these last couple days. So I'd make an application just to remove the word full board because it seems right. And so I know we struck it twice in the last 2 days. Ashley, would there be any objection to removing, oh, Angie, sorry. Would there be any problem to removing the word full from this text?
Did it just say board agenda on an abort?
But it could, it's a board agenda also. I'm thinking a committee, but I guess it'd have to be say committee. Huh? Okay.
Yeah, if we could treat that as just a technical change, it seems to be redundant. And then I have no further comment on this, but I'll defer to the board.
Leanne, did you, board member Wood? You want to take it back?
This is wordsmithing, but to me, it does not make sense to place on an agenda in board meeting.
No.
Is the vote going in, will it be placed on an agenda in the board meeting? Or are we asking that the request for a vote of the board meeting be put on an agenda? Does that make sense? Because right now it says we're going to place it on an agenda in a board meeting.
Place on the agenda of a board agenda.
Right. So could it not say that within 30 days of notification, place on an agenda?
But it isn't placed
request?
within 30 days. It's 60 days. It's the request is made within 30.
It's
Sorry.
okay. Maybe she fixed it. So many clauses that make it super.
The board may.
We're asking that there be a request for a vote of the board to return, right? Isn't that what we're asking to be placed on the agenda?
May within 30 days of notification. Place in of the board meeting for a vote of the board to overturn the certain. Yes, but I don't, did we agree that we needed to actually have that be a state board member may? Right? Isn't that what did we talk about that? The board isn't going to do it, a state board member will. Board member Green, does someone want to hit board member Green's?
Member Green, that we have the,
I just have a question. It's just about the word full, actually. Well, I just wonder, does board meeting, could that imply committee meeting?
No, I
Or-
think it would have to be.
It's pretty clear that board meeting is this setting. Okay, I just don't want to be, years down the road and it would be a committee meeting or something outside of this setting.
Okay.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah.
Just from a public meeting notice standpoint, we don't notice our committee meetings as board meetings. There is a separate public entity and a separate title for those meetings as standing committees. So a board meeting would refer to a meeting of the full board. A committee meeting would refer to just one of our standing committees.
I have a suggestion.
Board member Klein?
Take out of the board after the word vote, since we already have board before that. So it would say for a vote to overturn. Just a little less wordy.
Yep. Almost. Okay, are there any other, Angie, one quick question. Do we need to have a state board member instead of the board may? Did I miss that?
How about if we say 3 or more board members may? Because really, when you read the bylaws, 3 or more board members actually petition to the board executive committee, and it's actually the board executive committee, according to our bylaws, that then places something on the agenda. And so it is a little awkward to say the board may, because it makes it sound like you'd need collective action in the first 30 days. So perhaps we say 3 or more board members may. How's that?
Sounds great. Would you like me to read this motion out? Okay. Following the notification of an objective sensitive materials statewide removal, 3 or more board members may, within 30 days of notification, place on an agenda of the board of a board meeting for a vote to overturn the statewide removal requirement according to. Oh, yeah, we can end it. We can end it at requirement, right? Because it's no longer if we put the 3 board members up here, we don't have, right? Yeah, there's something off there though. Huh? May request a and overturn something about overturning. A request a what? Okay, a vote to overturn. Would you like me to read it again? Here we go. Following the notification of an objective sensitive materials statewide removal, 3 or more board members may, within 30 days of notification, place on an agenda of a board meeting. Could we do place on a board meeting agenda? It's like
for a board meeting.
Place on an agenda for a board meeting for a vote to overturn statewide removal.
Place on a board agenda for a vote to overturn.
Okay, are we ready? One more time?
Yeah, board agenda to vote.
Okay, one more time. I'll read one more time and see if this works. Following the notification of an objective sensitive material statewide removal, 3 or more board members may, within 30 days of notification, request that the material be placed on an agenda of the board meeting.
I think it needs to say board agenda.
Placed
take
on
out
the on
a agenda.
a board agenda for a vote to
Or
overturn statewide removal requirement. Yeah, so we'd take off the. I think we're there. Do we have a second?
You need to take out of a board meeting. Take out board meeting also.
Yeah, board meeting out, and I think we're there. Okay, here we go. I'm reading it out loud, then we'll have a second, and then we'll vote. Following the notification of an objective sensitive material statewide removal, 3 or more board members may, within 30 days of notification, request that the material be placed on a board agenda for a vote to overturn the statewide removal requirement. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, we're ready to, any comment? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Board Member Klein is a yes.
Joe, you had one more?
Yes.
Bogus was a yes. Klein was a yes. Real?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous. Joe Carey has one more. Can we turn him on?
So again, this is on draft 3, line 28, and I know we're off a new draft, but the language would be subsection 3, where it refers to school community parent. And if we could call, thank you. Yep, it's on the board. So currently it says school community parent is a parent who has a student currently attending. My motion to amend would be that school community parent is a parent who has a student currently attending the school or will have a student attending the school within 1 year.
Okay.
The point of order, is this straight from code, this definition? Can we amend it?
If that's directed to me, I am not
I will
sure.
look it up. I don't know that it. I don't know that it is, yeah. You're just wanting to make sure it's within a year, right? That's, I know that's not in code, so.
Right. Correct.
And I think the thing is just to articulate that this is a parent within the school, right? Yeah, that it's, yep. So that's why that's articulated there. Yeah, go ahead.
The line is a parent of a child who is enrolled in the relevant LEA.
How are you gonna?
Is that the whole definition?
Who's gonna do your school next year?
It's not in a definition section of the code. It's in a section where it lists out who can make a formal
Okay.
petition.
Okay, so this would clarify the definition. Okay.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I think that school.
Go ahead. Board Member Klein, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Could you look at the code one more time? Because I looked at it the other day and I'm pretty sure school community parent describes who can be on a review committee. It's not who can submit a challenge.
This isn't about submitting a challenge. This doesn't articulate submitting a challenge. Let's just clarify that. This just means that it's a school community parent is a parent that is in a school where the material is being challenged or will be. That's what Joe's suggesting. It's not who can be on the committee. Go ahead, Board Member Hart.
I understand the sentiment but we're in an open enrollment state. There is no way to be able to determine who's going to be in your school the following year. I mean, logistically, I'm not arguing philosophically. I'm arguing logistically. And then what do you do for charters? And then what do you do? Like we're an open enrollment. You can put in a permit and go clear across the state if you've wanted to.
And on that note, the parent, once their child is enrolled, can do this, but until they are, they don't have, it seems like a little bit of a logistical nightmare.
Let me just ask.
Board Member Hymas.
Yeah, because typically schools and charters especially will start enrollment sometimes as early as January of the year before. So I wonder does that count as an enrolled parent, right? And that's what I'm wondering. And that kind of, I'm looking for the middle ground between what you and Member Carey are saying here is, one, we don't know people could move, they could come in and then say, you know what, I'm actually not coming here. So it wouldn't make sense. But when you have somebody who's enrolled.
Do enrolled instead of attend.
Enrolled, okay. Okay.
So I have a comment to that.
Okay, go ahead, Board Member Klein.
I had a parent who knew his son or daughter would be going to a school the following year, moving from the elementary to the junior high, and knew of the books that were at the junior high and wanted to challenge them before his child was going to be in it, even though his child would naturally have been fed into that school, but he was not allowed to make challenges because his child was not in it. He was trying to be proactive and get ahead of it and get the books out before his child was there.
Okay, so I think you're speaking to the motion. Is that right?
Maybe it could be the feeder, those that are in the feeder system too.
I think enrolled would be it. You would be enrolled in a school and you'll be in the next one within a year, right? Or if you're at a charter, you'd be enrolled in the coming up to it. Am I speaking that right?
I don't think this covers that because you have to wait until you're enrolled in that school before you can challenge. But if a parent wants to get ahead of it and say their child's at the elementary school and will be in the junior high, and so he starts challenging things at the junior high before his child gets there.
We're good with this? Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we're going to go ahead and
Maybe-
vote. Oh, what are you commenting?
Could
Board
it-
member?
Would it be friendly to add any parent within the feeder system of a certain school?
It's sounding to me like it's not really defined. Doing the enrollment would probably be the better thing. So, okay. Board member Lear?
To be enrolled doesn't mean on a wait list. Enrolled means enrolled.
Board member Hymas? It's one turn.
Thank you. So maybe enrolled is I mean, I hear what you're saying because enrolled, but you have this system where for charters anyway, it's, yeah, I've got you down. You're coming here next week. We know that you're like 90% coming here. I do worry, trying to find this balance between Member Carey and Vice Chair Hart's comments here. I do worry about just saying, well, I'm going to go to this school because I could say that of any school, right? So what's the purpose of having anything, I guess? So is there something? Right. So there's intricacies here that we're trying to figure out. So I don't know what the verbiage is, what the solution is, but I do know we're trying to say, yeah, you have made a commitment here. Again, at the charter level, I know pretty early on who wants to come to my school.
Okay. Someone's going to turn him on.
Yeah, I do like the term enrolled, and I understand it might be overly, not as broad as some would like, and perhaps even myself, but I do believe that if a parent, whether they don't meet this definition or not, goes to a public district or public charter school, I would imagine that they would try to accommodate and address the parent's concern, regardless if they are technically a school community parent. Again, I just want that added protection in our rule, but I certainly recognize that if someone's in a feeder school or just thinking about attending the school, that I believe most of our administrators would work to address a particular parent's concern. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to, yes, question, Board Member Green.
Probably the maker of the motion.
Maker of the motion, she has a question for you.
So, and generally, does this mean like fifth grade elementary student in 1 year's time will be going to the local middle school? Is that what this is? Or is this anticipating somebody moving in a year's time because their lease is up or, the dynamics there? How do you see this?
Yeah, I think this language would encompass both of those scenarios. I think it would also cover someone who might be moving to Hill Air Force Base. They know they're moving in, they're getting everything addressed, getting things ready for that transition. I think it would cover all of those scenarios.
Okay.
So one of my concerns would be though that with this is that if you had somebody that wanted to do work elsewhere, let's say, that they could say, well, we're thinking about attending this school, and then put that out to 3 different schools. Is there a way that could have a quality check? So, because that actually happens where, different areas of town will take you to different schools. Anyway, so that's just one area that I was thinking through.
Yeah. To Board Member Green's question, look, I think it's a valid concern, and I think we should welcome those questions, but I also want to be very respectful of the LEA's time, and just to make this where anyone can do it, I think that you do get a lot more inquiries that won't be followed up with, but LEA staff and personnel still have to address it. When you limit it, you really are, I believe, dealing with those individuals most likely to benefit from the information. It's almost like when somebody applies to 50 jobs, it causes a lot of work for those 50 companies, and they may only be interested in 3, and the other 47 are just, I'm putting these out there. I don't want to do that to our LEAs.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote. Not seeing any other lights. The vote before us is that we're adding school community parent is a parent who has a student currently attending the school or will have a student enrolled in the school within 1 year where the challenged instructional material is being reviewed in accordance with subsection 53G 10-1034. Go ahead and vote.
Real is a no.
Klein is a yes.
Davis is a no.
Did we get yours?
Yes.
Okay. One more, maybe. Rail, did we get yours? Okay, so the motion passes 8-7. The no's are, it looks like Straight, Norton, Booth, Davis, tell me if I do this wrong, Vice Chair Hart, and Rill and Wood. Okay, the final motion before the board is that the board approve. Can we go back up to the final motion? The motion is the board approve R277628 sensitive material. No, is the title instructional materials or sensitive materials? Sensitive materials. Okay. Okay, that the board approves R277628 sensitive materials draft 5 on third and final, as amended on third and final reading. Okay, go ahead and vote. Quick question. Okay, we're going to do 628 draft 5. The title will come later, I guess. So, okay, so R277628 draft 5 is amended on third, as amended on third and final reading. Do we say third and final reading? I guess we do, right? Okay, ready for the next item? Do you want me to take it or you want to take it?
I'll drive.
Okay.
The vote. Again.
Yes, go ahead, Bogus. Klein?
Are we voting?
Yes. Real?
Yes.
Klein, did we get your vote? Bogus, did we get yours? Davis?
Is this for the whole thing?
Yes, this is for the whole thing.
Yes.
Who are we waiting for? Bogus and Klein?
Yes.
This is the
Yes.
final motion, okay? Klein, you're a yes, right?
Correct.
Who are we missing? We got 2 votes. Bogus?
She said yes.
You want me to vote again?
No, we're confirming. Are you a yes?
Yes.
Okay, yes. And who are we missing? Real? Can you confirm, Sarah? Okay.
Real
okay.
is a yes.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote. And we have a couple other items we got to get done because we have budgeting things going on. So we're going to move to the next item. Are you taking it over? You want me to do
I
it?
can take it over because I know you have input here. I'll take it back. We're gonna have to jump to item. Sorry. Yes.
I have a motion to reconsider
Which on the
the contract Buck Institute DBA PBL works, and this is according to Robert's Rules 37.8B.
fair enough. You were on the prevailing side.
Yes,
What was the prior motion and the vote? Do we know?
the motion was
We approved the contract, I guess.
we
right?
did not. It failed.
It was sorry.
It failed.
Oh, it failed.
And I was
Okay.
on the prevailing side.
On the prevailing side. Okay. So you'd like to bring it back. So the motion is to reconsider. Could you read the item again?
Buck
do we have it?
Institute doing business as PBL Works.
Got it. Yes, I recall. That's the one that was pulled, failed by an 8-7 vote. Okay, so I think first is the motion to reconsider,
Yes.
and then is the motion on the underlying amendment, right? Or excuse me, on the underlying contract. So motion for the body is. Let's see.
Was it seconded?
Okay.
Yes. So now let's vote on the reconsider.
So is any discussion of the motion to reconsider? Seeing none, we can vote on the motion to reconsider. I believe that's a majority. We just need 8, correct, to reconsider? Vice Chair Hart? If you'd like to.
Hold on. Those that are online, the information was emailed to you and it's sitting in your email.
Can we have a few minutes to look at that? Or would the maker of the motion please explain?
Yeah,
if she
we're on the motion to reconsider. So Member Wood, did you want to address the reason to reconsider?
I shared with staff my reasoning for pulling this and voting against it yesterday. And in that, I asked for some specific questions to be answered and would in the future like those same questions answered for all contracts that come just out of the blue. And when I got the information back, I felt like that there was valid reasons to reconsider this vote.
Okay, any other questions,
I'm not
discussion?
seeing it.
It was in your inbox. It's been emailed.
Okay, just a quick look in here.
Yes, Superintendent Dixon?
Thank you, Chair. I expressed to Dr. Thronson, who came up with this strategy of a cover letter, that if board members are like I am, and you're probably smarter than I am, but sometimes I feel like I get to page 10 before I really understand what the contract's about. And there's some of you that are diligent and dig into the weeds, but sometimes you just kind of need to know what you're looking at before you dig into the weeds. So I appreciate Dr. Thronson making a suggestion that this is a protocol we could use moving forward with purchasing, that whenever there's a contract coming forward, that you have that cover sheet. So if you are, I'm seeing some heads nod, so we'll use this as a protocol moving forward to help you as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to reconsider? Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I voted against this yesterday. I'm going to continue to vote against it, and for two reasons. One, yes, it's the money, but yeah, I'm saying why I'm not going to support that. And my concern is that we spend this money, and it strikes me as we don't get the frequency of feedback for us as a board to really determine the ROI on the money that we're spending. And I look at this, and as always, the goals look fantastic. But my suspicion is that in 1 year after the money was spent, if we polled this board, very few of us would actually know what the results were and whether they were efficacious. So until those plans start being implemented in these contracts, I'm going to oppose it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments on the motion to reconsider? If not,
I have a comment.
yes, Member Klein.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at this and saying that, it's saying they have, the curriculum directors have expressed concerns about the lack of student engagement that's happening in the schools. And that, this is going to be a way to make it more fun, is how I'm reading it. And I don't think that is, I worry about moving towards a kind of a gamified level or approach to education, where we feel like we have to entertain. It's what kind of an entertainment version of education in order to compete with all of the gamified, exciting things that they have in their lives where education, you know, is work. And if we have to dress it up as, you know, entertainment in order to get them to engage, then I don't know that we're doing I think we're doing a disservice to our students in doing that. Not to mention, you know, I feel like the reasons that Board Member Wood gave yesterday for opposing are still valid, in that, you know, this is a vendor bill. This is, we are signing a contract with a company that is part of a conglomerate of companies that end with the name Works at the end, whether it's Knowledge Works or Competency Works or PBL Works or any of the other host of in that group that ends with Works. This is kind of a large scale conglomerate that's kind of getting its fingers in every aspect of our education system. And then we are beholden to them. We have less local control. We are ceding it to these outside organizations in a lot of ways by having a program.
We're speaking to the motion to reconsider. Okay, we'll consider that toward the merits if we get there. Right now, we're just asking about whether to reconsider. Any further discussion of the motion to reconsider? Seeing none, Member Norton.
I'll pass.
Okay. All right, let's vote.
Member Klein is a no.
Klein's a no. Bogus? Member Bogus?
Sorry, you must not have heard me. I said no.
I didn't hear you. Thank you. Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Reel's a yes. Member Davis?
Yes, sir.
Member Davis is a yes. Okay. Let's see. You've got that completes it. That passes 9-6 with the no votes being Vice Chair Earl, Member Bogus, Member Hymas, Member Klein, Member Green, and Member Carey. So the contract is back on the floor for approval. We've had a couple comments already, so we'll ask. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. We do need to. Didn't the reconsideration motion itself put it back on the floor? Does she need to move again, or speak to the motion? Is it just speaking to it? Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, I did not speak to the motion, as I wanted to see if the
Gotcha.
if the reconsideration passed. So the question I asked staff when I came in is, I said, as a contract comes to me, I really want to know who requested the contract. How many teachers or students will this contract impact? What resources does this increase to the agency that the agency does not have capacity for? What standards may be achieved through this contract, or how will this contract increase academic excellence? And so I was very pleased to come back and find out that, you know, this approximately 10,000 students may be able to help in the piloting of these materials, that it will help with the lack of student engagement, increase in the significant increase that we have in chronic absenteeism and the consistent lag in student achievement gains. And to speak to that, there was another contract that we passed a while back that was on science. It was a vendor for science. And I really wanted to vote no on it, but it was a one-line item in SB2 that made this happen. So when I talked to the senator, and he was telling me all these things that it did, and then I talked to the teacher, and they said all these things that it did. And so what I want to know is that these things have value. And if my learning experience in pulling this off yesterday helps us to see what the value is going to come out of these contracts, then in the end it's a win, regardless of how this turns out. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Wood. Member Norton.
One of the reasons that I want to speak to this motion has to do with voice and choice with students. And I think when students have some choice and some voice in what they are learning, they are more willing to get up. They have a reason. For some of those kids that have a hard time getting to school, if they're coming in to work on their project. And the other thing is, I think we've all seen the great benefits that come in our education program from things like history fair or science fair. Those are perfect examples of what they're talking about here with project-based learning for students. When they have something that they think is exciting and they want to work on, and that they can be engaged in, and
It can be a poem that they write. It could be, I had a student last year write a reader's theater and then on a social studies subject, and then they got together a group and they performed that reader's theater, and it happens time and time again. We can't do this all day, every day. And I am also a big advocate for some important facts and learning, reading and taking quizzes and those kinds of things too. But I think we're trying to get to a point where we can blow the doors off some of the seat-based learning that we have done and try some new things, or continue on doing some things that engage these students. And so, we talk all the time about being innovative and being, challenging their minds and providing new opportunities. That's exactly what this is. And I think that, unless you want students to do nothing more than, sit and listen and fill in the multiple choice questions, then we've got to explore more ways to make this work in classrooms.
All right, Member Lear.
And I very much agree with Kristen, and was very impressed by Jennifer Thronson's thorough understanding of what this would offer. And we often criticize traditional public education for doing what's traditional and boring, and come on, get out there and try something new. And that traditional ed is compared to charter schools or special voucher schools or whatever. But in this case, Jennifer saw a need, listened to the field, and then didn't choose a vendor on her own, who was her brother-in-law. She actually put out an RFP and then chose the best, most dynamic opportunity. And I very much appreciate that. She turned something around and created a not by herself, but there's a real creative opportunity for CTE students in this program.
So I just want a clarification. You're not saying someone was related to Jennifer when this contract?
No, I'm saying exactly that. No.
Okay, I just want to make sure because it kind of came off as, it just did not sound that way.
It was not Jennifer's brother-in-law.
I just want to make sure the public understood that.
That I know of.
Member Booth.
No, it was.
Member Booth.
Okay. 9 people who applied, and this was
I wanted to just speak to our staff and to the agency professionals who are so committed and are making miraculous things happen over and over again. When they come with a solid proposal that has been through their process and they request something, unless I can find a really strong, compelling reason not to support them when they are doing so much and have so many irons in the fire, I hesitate to turn them down. And I want to support them in every way possible because they are supporting hundreds and hundreds of educators across the state who are supporting 675,000 children. And I realize what a humongous task this is and what a little bit of a boost here and there with some outside idea people and professional educators who can help them in the task that they have to make education live and breathe and grow. So I'm really grateful for the chance to revisit this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Booth. Member Eyster-Hart.
Chair, I have a question to anybody, probably Jennifer, but I don't want to pick on her. Oh, is she not here? Oh, she is here. Is this for training or is this for items? I gotta do that too. Okay.
It's both. So we're trying to build capacity of educators so they can do this at the local level while producing a state product. So K-12 social studies and science, there'll be 2 units in each grade level that will be released for statewide use. But those educators that will be engaged they will also learn the skills to how to develop project-based learning and performance assessments and be able to take that knowledge and skill back to their LEAs to build local capacity. So it's meant to be served both ways.
Okay, is it part of a program or is it part of a
No, they're
professional
basically gonna take
development
our
opportunity or
standards.
what?
Yeah, so there'll be like a 4-day professional learning. They'll have to come and learn all the components and how you design. Then they'll actually go and write their units, and then they have to go pilot them. And we're going to get some other teachers to pilot with them, bring back the feedback from the teachers and the kids, and refine them before they go out to the public. And there'll be
Okay.
about 10 staff that will be working on this project as well. So it's not only the vendor, it's a collaborative project.
Okay.
We
And
just
then-
need the expertise.
And then how will you evaluate if this worked well or not?
The project has some evaluation metrics in it that the vendor will help us to be able to say, like, what's this useful, what the professional learning, or like where feedback on that, as well as the products themselves. And then there'll be some student input on like
Okay.
their engagement, their like what they learn from it, as well as the assessment data that comes from the actual practice of the units. There's performance-based assessments built into the units. So there'll be some student data that's not, it's aggregated. It's not.
And will you do a survey on, will you survey the teachers on their experience in the experience?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, we ready to vote? Anybody else?
No,
Question
this
online?
is Board Member Klein.
Member Klein.
Yes, just a question about the RFP process or what leads up to that. I'm curious is this project-based learning something that was passed in the legislature that required staff to look into moving in this direction towards looking into a project-based learning company and creating an RFP? I just feel like that's probably something that, you know, if it was a board member that wanted to do something like that, it would have to make a proposal and it go before the board and we'd have to discuss it, right? And have it approved to be on the agenda. I just feel like, why is there not a process like that in place for our staff to, if they have something they want to do, it should come before the board before, not after they've already gone through all of this process.
Dr. Johnson?
There's no
as-
legislation.
Sorry?
There's no legislation.
No legislation. Okay, thank you, Member Klein.
So it's just.
All right, seeing no further
gonna be-
votes, further lights.
So it was just
Member
kind of
Green?
sprung up.
What does that mean?
I think the
There's
answer
no
was it was not
legislation.
required by
Because that was the
legislation.
response to her question. What does that mean, though?
There's
Yeah,
no
it's-
legislative requirement, I think was the answer, correct,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson?
The question I understood
This
was it a requirement or not? And it was not a requirement.
Right.
It was choice.
So this was initiated by staff
Yes.
based on
Feedback
what?
from the field. It's in the notes, the curriculum directors and the PCL grantees.
So, because PBL is like a nationwide
Okay, Member Klein,
education.
that's beyond
kind
the
of-
scope. I'm sorry, we're going to take a vote. All right.
I just think it's inappropriate
Okay,
the way it was
understood.
handled.
We need to be
And I
germane
think
and
it
we
needs to
need
be
to finish our
taken-
meeting at some point. So the
I'm asking
answer
that the
has
process
been that
be
it was,
looked at
we can do that
going
more
forward.
broadly. We can do that more broadly. The question here is the background of this contract. I think the answer was there was no legislation requiring it. So certainly a broader topic for further discussion, but we've got to tee up the vote here. I think we have it ready. The motion is then to approve the Buck Institute for Education
I
DBA.
apologize for interrupting,
PBL
but I have a
works.
point of order.
Point of order, and then we're going to vote. Yes, Member Vargas.
Sir, I didn't hear anything. Online, all I just hear is a bunch of gobbledygook. Everybody's talking over everybody. It just is like one big chaos session.
Well, sometimes that's the case. We heard what part did you not hear? Was it Miss Jennifer?
Everything seems to be clear on my end.
Okay, I think you might want to check your connection. Was there something about the answer? The question was this project required specifically by legislation? The answer was no. It was staff judgment, and then the handout that went out, it was in person here and email there, described the field input that was behind the staff's decision to go ahead with the contract. So that was the answer, and then we discussed a broader subject that we can address later, but we got to take a vote on this particular contract. So the motion is up, and voting is, I believe, open. Okay. Oh, sorry. Member Klein.
No.
Member Bogus.
No.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Member Reel.
Yes.
Okay, do we get all those recorded? Looks like we're missing one vote somewhere, which was Member Hart. That passes 9-6. The no votes are Member Lear, Member Bogus, Member Hymas, Member Klein, Member Green, and Member Carey. Okay, that concludes that item. We need to finish one more item because we have folks waiting. This is action number 5.3. FY25 charter-based funding distributions. And I think this comes out of standards and assessment. Who wants to?
No, it comes out of
Finance. Oh, this was finance. That's our, excuse me. I've been upside down and backwards too long. Chair Norton. Sorry? Scott's with us.
He's gone home.
I'm here. Do you want? Well, go ahead, ma'am.
I was just going to say that the legislature had some money. They wanted it appropriated to the charters and did not decide or tell us how to allocate it. And so there has been a lot of discussion going on about this allocation, and that's what we are here today to determine. And now I'll turn the time over to Superintendent Jones to fill in the important information.
And Chair Moss, in the interest
Can you
of
put a
time,
motion on the board? I mean,
yeah, do we
can
have
you
the
put a
motion up there?
on the floor first?
And in the interest of time, can we just go immediately to Mr. Frost so he can provide everyone with the status of where we're at as far as the distribution goes and see if there are any changes?
Are we talking about logistics of the status of distribution?
Correct.
Okay. Vice Chair Earls has a motion, but we'll hold for Dale.
Yeah, well, Sir Chair Moss, in the, as a value add, I think that the board should see what that base amount is for charter schools with less than 2,000 students within the grid. And then, okay.
Yeah, we're going to hold for Dale. So go ahead, Dale.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Could we go to, for the sake of time, that last document, the scenario comparisons, June 3rd? Thank you. Okay.
Let's see. Do we have?
So if you can scroll up. Yeah. So on the right columns, there are basically three alternatives that are being discussed. The column that says 2025 legislative estimates. This is the statutory amount that was paid with ongoing funds that will be part of the charter school budgets for next year. There's $3.6 million additional, and that's what is being distributed in addition to the statutory framework in columns in the Finance Committee proposal, the column that's titled Vice Chair Earl proposal, and then district admin amount for charters greater than 2,000. So all of these follow a similar structure, that there's a base amount that's uniform, and charters that have fewer than 2,000 students would receive either the base amount or $115 per student, which is the statutory amount. So if you scroll down, you'll see that all charters in all three scenarios are receiving the base amount. Each of those end about 700. If you can keep going down, you'll see around 700 students. No, if you can just, you'll see where the green ends at the, so right around 700, 750 students. Then basically those charters, the medium-sized charters, are receiving what is under the statutory framework. So the real question that drives these different base amounts is at the bottom, if you will. And these are for the 5 charter schools that are more than 2,000 students. So the finance committee proposal and the motion that's in your backups is to provide 150,000 as a base amount for them, which is significantly less than what each of those are received in fiscal 24. Vice Chair Earl's proposal is to increase that to the amount that the largest charter under 2,000 is receiving, which is Utah Virtual Academy, which is just over 200,000. And then the third proposal, if you'll remember what came before you last month, I believe, that there was a one-time funding request to make up for a piece that wasn't funded within NEST for the small district base funding. This would be the amount for the commensurate sized districts of 250,760, meaning that districts, if there's available carry forward balance next year, will receive that have more than 2,000, fewer than 5,000 students are going to receive 215,760. And so that third proposal would provide the same amount for charters greater than 2,000. So those are the three options that are before you. I would happy to answer any additional questions.
Thanks, Dale. So just to be clear, and I think Dr. Earl has a motion, but we've been discussing this in and after finance. The far left column, let's see, far left column with red, and it shows what will happen if there's nothing added, correct? The second item.
Yes, if no motion is taken, that would be, that's what's currently allocated.
Right. Okay.
Under the 25 legislative estimates.
Right. Second one is if we put back what came out of finance, which is to distribute the 3.8 million just to the small districts according to formula, small charters according to formula, and 150,000. Vice Chair Earl had initially requested a workup, which resulted in the far right column. So just to give frame up, we've got what would have happened with nothing, what came out of finance second, skipping to the far right, what was worked up at member Vice Chair Earl's request to see what parity with districts would look like. So that takes the largest charters and puts them at parity with small districts. Far right. Vice Chair Earl, I think, has another motion because we've had some discussion with the associations, the state charter board, and some others. So hopefully that frames the lay of the land that discussions have happened.
Just add one more. Can I ask Mr. Frost to add in one more portion of this conversation? And that has to do with this money in the charter schools as compared to, or what relationship there is with NEST schools.
Chair, may I answer that question?
Please.
So, there's been a lot of conversation about trying to compare apples to apples between charters and districts when it comes to base funding that would support, the administrative costs for an LEA. And as Chair Moss mentioned, the far right column would put the charters between 2,000 and 5,000 students at parity with districts. I do want to point out that that's not the case for those greater than 5,000, certainly not for those less than 2,000. The charter or districts less than 2,000 are receiving more than those amounts that you see in that far right column, sometimes by a factor of 2 or 3, depending on their size. If you were if the state were to try to match full parity amongst these programs, and I'm not suggesting that that's what should happen, I'm just saying, I was just running the numbers, that would cost an additional $25 million or so. So it's not a small price tag. And so
that's bringing charters at parity with districts of similar size?
Across the spectrum. So for
Right.
the 100 plus or so that are above those lines down there. So I hope that helps to answer the question that this brings parity, but only to a small subset of the charters.
Dale, just quick follow up. Does this bring them to parity with their small base funding plus NES?
No,
Or-
just the base funding within NES.
Okay.
For the
Wait,
district.
wait,
So
within NES or
Correct.
not including NES?
Sorry, yeah, it's a part of NES, but it's a separate program within NES. So it's not that they would be NES schools. NES is on top of that. This is trying to, again, compare apples to apples. So base funding with base funding, if that helps.
Yeah, let me just ask that again. This compares base funding with base funding. For districts, does this base funding number include NES, or is that a separate number?
That's a separate number.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So this brings them at parity to some extent. The far right would bring them to some version of parity and base funding, but you would not be including NES in that. You wouldn't be including LRF on the charter side. You wouldn't be including voted and board on the district side. You wouldn't be including NES on the district side. Base funding versus base funding, that far right would get you parity, and in the middle would do something else. Okay, Mr. Earl?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we move the motion that's before us, but then we change from 150 to 200, 200,560 for our, let me just pull the motion up. Sorry. Does someone have the motion? It's the one that came out of committee.
It's the motion in the
And then we
memo.
just change the number.
That's helpful.
And then I'll explain why done quite a bit. Well, if I get a second. I'll explain.
And the amount is 200,560, if that's helpful.
Yeah, is the motion up now? Okay, that the board approve a set uniform base amount for charter schools with less than 2,000 students or $115 per student, whichever is greater, and allocate $200,560 to charters with more than 2,000 students for the fiscal year 25 charter base funding program. The uniform base amount will allocate the full appropriation for the program. These amounts will be one time and for fiscal year 25 only. And if I get a second, I'll speak to it. Just as after coming out of the last committee with finance, listening to the narrative there, going over parity, so to speak, in other words, what's equal for whatever, keep in mind that this funding is actually, it's meant to be economies of scale type of funding. So meaning that it's the administrative pieces. So just like with districts, we just, okay, 215,000. We kind of looked at that. That's that far column. And that goes up to like districts of 4,400 students. And then those that go on up don't have that extra funding because they have the economies of scale. In this case, we have charters we have one charter that goes above that. We have several charters that fit in that category. So anyways, and as you, obviously with the districts, as you have more students, you still only have that base funding, which, as you have more students, it once again is that economies of scale item on there. In looking at this and the discussions, I've talked to a number of charters, a number of other entities. There needs to be more discussion as we move forward because there's lack of parity with districts, but there's a lot of additional funding that's going on there just needs to be a balance there so that they're able to get adequate funding. The smaller charters and the medium-sized charters all have those same requirements, those same issues. So it was trying to give our larger charters pot of money and also allow for additional funding for those smaller charters who are more not out of compliance. It's just the lack of funding is significantly less for similar. So we went back and forth a number of items, had a lot of discussion, and I just feel like where we ended was where the largest charter that was below 2,000, we took that number, the amount that they got, and then distributed that for those charters that get larger related to the economies of scale. So that was the thought process there. Anyways, it just in working with the different charter entities felt like this was a this was a fair place to land, a good place to land. So that's it.
It's been about a 5-year conversation. The association's been on it. There's a question of parity between large and small charters, and then between charters and districts. So, side note, we've been in discussions with the folks that are looking at economies of scale. Last year, there was a bill, Representative Peterson, attempt at the end to sort of figure out how charters fit in. There was some questions about how NES applied. All of these things go to these questions of, if you're small and if you're remote, how do you get by? How do you wear the 5 hats to do the administrative tasks that you need? And how are those needs evaluated across the spectrum from districts and charters? So this is a one-time fix. It remedies a failure to get there to the finish line last legislative session. And that's where these discussions have been going on. Member Davis was involved in those discussions. But the next step is to have the broader discussion that hopefully takes everything we got from the West Ed study, everything in the discussions the last 5 years, and says, all right, what does economies of scale look like? And that also factors in the reports and requirements task force, because sometimes you're wearing 5 hats because the reports are too high, right? So as we've been trying to dial those back, we're also trying to fill in the gaps. Hopefully this interim reaches a resolution on that is fair to everybody. And there's a lot of moving pieces. There's LRF versus board and local. There's NES. How do all those things compare? So this is a stopgap while that larger conversation goes forward. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm going to speak in opposition to this motion because when I read the legislation and the allocation of funds, I did not see an emphasis on economies of scale. I didn't see an emphasis or language about parity. And it's interesting because as a board with Rule 328, we said, okay, this diversity, equity, inclusion, we don't like how equity is being applied, and yet we're taking those same concepts that we rejected in 328 and we're applying it now to charter schools. And I thought that charter schools were about, hey, you've got to earn your students, you've got to be innovative, and if you're not innovative, you won't get the students. And to me, what we're doing here is the most innovative schools, the schools that have demonstrated that they can attract parents and their students, instead of rewarding them in the free market that we rightfully value, we're now punishing them by saying, hey, you know what? In our opinion, this isn't equitable. And we try to get around that by not using the word equity. We start using things like, well, economies of scale. But what we're really saying is you have more students, but we're just going to give you less money. And to me, that isn't how the charter system was put together. I thought it was put together for you do something innovative, you get the students. And if you're not pulling in the students, try something else, do something differently. So because of that, because we're bringing our interpretation of equity and masking it under this economies of scale, I'm going to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Member Carey. I think this is entirely different from 328. The question is, if you attract enough parents to open and have a small population that's consistent, you still don't have enough money from WPU. So legislative leadership I've spoken to, they're in favor of this. They want to spread across. The people in the charter world agree with this. It's not so much a rewarding something that doesn't earn its own keep, but it's something that says either a small district or a small charter just doesn't have enough WPU to hire all the people to serve that limited number. That's really the more the question. It's the WPU. So you're good enough to get there and stay there, but you're wearing 5 hats because you don't have the larger monies and the pool that comes in from those WPU. That may not resolve your concern, but that's been the discussion. And so the folks at PEA support this, the folks who are PEA leadership at least. Let's see. Sorry. Member Norton? Oh, Member Davis. Sorry. Member Davis. And Bogus. I've lost my tracker. Member Davis?
Thank you. Excuse me. I'll support the motion, but I want to explain why, and I want to explain some things. I want everyone to remember that for the last couple of years, this is the pot of money that this board has advocated for for small charter schools. This is the pot of money. We got the pot of money. What we didn't anticipate was that the larger charter school systems were going to be cut in another place. And then the legislature said, and you can use this pot of money that we've been advocating for small charters for any size. So now it's up to us to decide, do we use this pot of money for small charters and use it to help mitigate? I don't know if a bailout is the right word or what, but the 5 charter systems that are over 2,000 that we're looking at, they hit a fiscal cliff because of these unanticipated losses. And so, you know, to lose $200,000, that's a big hit. That's like you've got to fire people. So I'm getting a strange delay, but I'm going to wrap up by saying this. We met with Royce Van Tassel, Kim Frank, and Cindy Phillips. They have advocated kind of for different things and uses with this money. However, I said to them, if the 3 of you can agree representing all of the charters in this state, then I will support what you will agree to. And a couple of them a little bit reluctantly agreed to this, but they did agree in the hopes that we could help those that were going to have the losses this year, but that as we, as a board, would remember that as we move forward in our advocacy, when push comes to shove, if there's only one little pot of money, we have to remember the little guys because they still have a ton of requirements that they have to do, just like the big guys. So I think this is a way we need to move forward this year, but just I hope we'll keep those things in mind.
Thank you. Member Davis. Member Norton? No, Vargas. Member Vargas.
Thank you, sir. I believe my question is for Director Uri, and then I have some comments, and I have another question. But Director Uri, can you tell me what happened to the other $1.5 million that was appropriated in FY?
We'll handle that, and we'll circle through.
Chair, could
if we
I
have time.
answer
I'm sorry,
that
Dale.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, go ahead,
Go ahead.
Director Curry.
Go ahead, Dale.
Go ahead. Or Sam, Dale, whoever.
So the 1.5 million, that was the $100 per student that went to the charters, these largest charters above 2,000 students. And so this makes up that difference. If you look at that chart again, and you look at fiscal 24 funding compared to any of these, yeah, so if you can go back to that. Yeah, so if you can go back to the bottom. So if you see fiscal 24, the total is $9.3 million. And the basic difference is from Providence Hall down. It's the 208 down to the 502,000. And so if you look at the difference between 1.4 million lower and then the additional 2.156, that gets you really, really close to 3.6 million, which is the one-time funds that legislature appropriated for fiscal 25. I hope that answers Board Member August's question.
Okay, let's go to Norton. We'll circle back.
What?
We're going to circle back. We're just going to get everybody one member Norton, then we'll come back to Member Bogus. We're going to give everybody a first chance.
Mine's going to be really short because
Okay.
Cindy made point 1, 2, and 3 for me. The only other point that I wanted to add in is the one thing that is not on this, and it does have something to do with all of this, is that in the legislative session this year, the small district schools did not receive their what was formerly called NEST money. And so theirs are all goose eggs this year.
Yes, and that goes back into the ongoing discussion. Member Straight?
Yeah, we seem to be having the same conversation several years in a row. And we were waiting for the West Ed, and then we would figure it all out. And whatever happened to that?
There were questions
And then-
about the West Ed internally, and then, oh, sorry, I thought you were asking.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then there were additional revenue streams that initially had been put in place in order to meet the shortfall, which is still in place. And then my third one, I appreciate all the hard work that some board members put in, but I really would have preferred if the additional amendment would have run through finance, or at least we would have discussed this increase instead of it coming a different way. I don't want to be too critical because I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but I feel like we're finance committee and we're left out of the loop on it.
I think this was teed up for the board in between finance and that, so I think it was sort of interim discussions, but I get your point. We did have a discussion finance, and then due to the time crunch, there were questions. Yeah, charter board and the associations, and I mean, Cindy and I were both part of that from finance, but I get your point. I think it was a crunch, and so what could be done between finance and here, and that ended up with some of those discussions, and then also legislative discussions. But I take your point. Let's see. We had Member Green. Sorry. Oh.
Well, I think I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay. While she's looking that up, I'll just say I think the difference between the original and the proposed is that it drops by about $2,000. The amounts going to the smaller charters, if I remember that correctly, they go from something like 86 to 84 or something like that. So distributing some of that among the larger charters, as you see in the bottom boxes there, does take some off the others, and I think it's about that amount at the lower levels. Sorry, Member Green, I'm just filling in time here.
No, that's okay.
That's the effect of the proposed amendment. Are you ready, Member Green, or do we want to pass to Member Carey?
Yeah, and I might. Oh, that.
It's up to you, Member
Yeah, he's
Green.
fine.
Are you ready, or should we pass to Member Carey? Oh yeah, Member Carey.
Yeah, so my question was similar in the sense that we have this proposal now, and maybe there's some of us at this table that can do all this math in our heads, but if we could flip back to the distribution chart. Wow, Kelsey, you're doing that too? Jeez, okay. Wow. Is there a way to create another column? And Kelsey, I'm not asking you, but is Mr. Frost? I don't know
Yes,
how
I'm
long.
here.
I don't know how long it would take, but we're presented with this motion now that is creating. It sounds like another column in this spreadsheet under the latest amendment. And I was just wondering, could we see what that distribution would look like as it pertains to the last 5 schools on this chart?
I think that's it. The proposed amendment is the $200,000 column there.
Which one?
$200,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. So that's Vice Chair Earl's proposal.
Yeah. The further end is what Vice Chair Earl requested to be worked up if it achieve parity at the largest charters with the districts on base funding. And then that compared to the initial finance motion was discussed, and there was, at least among those representing larger and smaller charter schools, the charter board itself came to an agreement on 200. So for what that's worth, that kind of represented the spread of the charter community with some of the calculations, and Dale very helpfully worked up.
He already did it.
That exact thing. And what I mentioned earlier is if you scroll up, Dale, you can see how that affects the smaller, because obviously what you're doing is taking that $3 million and spreading it around a bit. And so you go from 86 to 83, and then here down you go. Let's see. If you could just scroll down a little bit, Dale, through the document. As it goes up in scope, you got 104 here, 105 there. So that's the difference between the initial finance committee allocation, which didn't do much on the upper end, and spreading some more of that on the upper end to do sort of a one-time bit of a hold harmless. You can see the effect there. In some cases, it's not much
And-
at all. In some cases, it's a couple $1,000s.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. And Mr. Frost, disregard the request. You've already done it. You're ahead of the curve.
He is a wizard.
Yeah, and so I'm still going to speak in opposition. No, not speak, but I'm still going to oppose the motion. But thank you for the updated numbers.
Okay, Member Green. I think we have still 2 items, folks, that we have staff waiting for. So we're trying to get to a decision on this, if we can.
Yeah, can I just speak real quick to
Can
it?
I-
So, oh, go ahead.
Can I make one little point really quick? In fairness, I spoke a lot about the small schools, but in fairness, with this proposal still, and I think this is why those representing the small schools agreed to it, the small schools still are getting like 80,000 instead of the 40,000, which was peanuts. And then the large schools still are losing some, but they can preserve some of that staff. Just wanted to point that out.
It spreads it out a bit, caps the larger charters at the rate of the largest small charter, and then cuts in about a couple grand into that 80 that the smaller charters would be getting.
Yeah, so can I speak real quick here?
Sure.
Just gonna throw a couple things out there. One, this is in reviewing stuff last week. That's where the information came, meaning no one's listening to me, but I'll keep just saying whatever.
Member Bogus?
It's okay.
Did you have more? Sorry, are you still?
Yeah, I was.
I'm sorry, Jan. I thought you stopped talking.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
oh, go ahead.
So I guess I'm just reviewing the board agenda memo, and it does not seem to me like what is presented in this motion actually meets the legislative intent. I'm quoting here from the memo. It says the one-time amount was increased 3.6 million. Utah Code 53F-2-706 states the board shall distribute small charter school-based funding to charter schools with 2,000 or fewer students in the amount of greater than $40,000 or $115 per student. Notwithstanding this section and subject to legislative appropriations, the board may distribute charter schools, regardless of size, one-time funding that the legislature appropriates to mitigate funding losses as described in the legislative appropriations. And then it goes on in the other spaces and places in my research that says we could mitigate all the losses of these larger schools and still meet that 114. Is there a reason we couldn't do that?
Well, we got 3.8, and the legislative direction is that we could take it and spread it to, cover the small and also the large. So we followed up with PEA leadership, and that was consistent with what you just read, which is that we can distribute it across the scope. It's a one-time gap, and then we try to sort out the whole broader picture. So that's what that was our understanding of their direction, both from your code reading and discussions with legislative leadership, PEA
So then
leadership
my
to be
follow-up
specific.
Why doesn't our spreadsheet represent the legislative intent? Because to me, it does not seem to represent that.
We think it does, as we've explained. So I understand your comment. Member Green?
Member Bogus is actually doing quite a bit of the heavy lifting because this
Okay.
is exactly what I was just wanting to have this discussion. And I'm just communicating this right now with Angie Stallings just so we can. Is that coming in okay? Okay. Not yet. Thanks everybody for your patience. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and my question for clarity here is focusing on number 3 from what Member Bogus had just read. That the legislature had appropriated funds so that charters wouldn't be slashed in the year of the COVID fiscal cliff. And that was, it was hard won, done on purpose, intentionally to hold schools harmless in that year of the huge federal cuts. They appropriated enough money to ensure no one would lose funding in this category this year. So then we'd need to, it's being implied that then we'll need to work on a permanent solution in the next session, and we'll have to fight it out at that point. And so my understanding is that we have the intent of the legislature right in front of us right now in the statute. And so the question is giving that funding to small schools when the legislature had appropriated to ensure that none of the larger schools had taken a hit. So is that true? We'll just start there. Scott, okay.
Yeah, Deputy Jones,
Yeah,
or
Deputy
it's
Jones.
both. They just directed it to small, and then they also said, but you can spread it across all, including large. Deputy Jones?
So my question, Deputy Jones, then would be, if the charter schools had an understanding that this legislation was passed to ensure that nobody was hit during that time, is this changing that a year early?
Chair Moss, if I may, just
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
clarify with board, I'm not sure I understand completely when you say a year early. Like a year before 26 or a year? I'm not sure what the year early.
Okay, fair. So the spreadsheet that is in front of us is making
Okay.
a change to the funding of the charter schools, correct?
Well, it's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, one-time allocation. So
Correct. We need time out. So it's in addition to the base amount, right? Or the amount that they get. So it's 11 million roughly in total. Dale can correct me if I'm wrong. But so it's 8 million and they give us one-time money of like roughly, 3.6 million. So it's roughly 11 million then. Yeah.
okay, thank you. So the question then is coming from the place that, are we changing something right now that had been that amount? We would vote to change that when these charter schools had an understanding that they would not be affected by that. Because of, let me read it, just for clarity. Because of, my gosh, sorry.
Were you fine to do something? Well, I think so.
Because of number 3, notwithstanding this section and subject to legislative appropriations, the state board may distribute to charter schools regardless of size one-time funding that the legislature appropriates to mitigate funding losses as described in legislative appropriations.
That's this money.
Yes, ma'am. And that's this money. That's the 3.6 million.
6, excuse me.
6, sir. Yeah. So the state board shall distribute small charter school-based funding to charter schools of 2,000 for your students in the amount of the greater of 40,000 or 150 per students. So that's really, so I read that to mean the 8 million, and then the 3.6 million is that second part that you're reading. And that's what we're getting to right is with honoring the code. So, or the intent. But we want to make sure that the board members know that, or you're approving that distribution in accordance with the code, because it says, not the state board may distribute, not state staff, right? You may distribute this 3.6 million, and that's the purpose of this agenda item, is to make sure that, you are determining how the 3.6 million gets set. I will add this, and Ken, correct me if I'm wrong on this too. Dale, how much, Chair, may I ask Dale a question to benefit the good of the group?
Sure.
Through you. So Dale, what did large charter schools who had more than 2,000 students get last year?
So they got this formula. If you look at the top on the screen, you can see here in 24, there was 7.8 million ongoing. That's the formula of the 40,000 and the 115. And then you can see that 1.8 million and 1.9 million was distributed one time. That 1.9 million funded this $100 per student. So those amounts that you saw, that were different, that's $100 per student. And so, and one thing we don't have in there, to be transparent as a column, is how much would the base funding amount be if you did fund the $100 per student? And rather than 83,000, it'd be about 77,000. So we don't have that showing there, but that would be another option that you can consider as a board. And so, yeah, it's $100 per student if there were to be no drop in funding year over year for the largest charters in question. Does that answer the question?
So Chair, just as a follow-up, which I think is for the good of you, referred it to the motion that's currently on the table, is Dale, are they going to get less money this year than they did last year? Over.
And the answer is yes. So if you went back to if you can go back to that chart, so you can see in red here, currently, if you look under the legislative estimates, none of the 3.6 million is distributed. And you can see that Providence Hall, for example, is looking at a reduction of 208,000 all the way down to American Prep, which is 502,000. So under the Finance Committee, under any of the other three scenarios, those decreases go down, but there's still decreases with a couple small exceptions with the farthest column, if you can see that. And so, for example, if you provide 150,000 as the amount rather than 250,000, Summit Academy would see a year-over-year change of 100,000 rather than 250,000. If that helps kind of clarify things, it's the difference between a set amount for all of these largest charters and $100 per charter school student.
So Chair, just real quickly, where we're focused on the language, and that's, and I totally understand that, or completely understand that. I really feel or recommend strongly that we utilize the word mitigate, right? This scenario is mitigating against, it's not saying that we'll completely cover or do that. We're doing the level best we can to mitigate against, the decrease. And so that's where this has been, a challenge, and so to speak, but also an opportunity, is to ensure that you as the board understand that we are trying to do our best to mitigate against the loss with that $3.6 million in the most beneficial way possible, because the other language is subject to appropriation. We were appropriated $3.6 million to do this. So we are just trying to mitigate against those differences.
Okay, remember Davis. Yeah, remember Davis has a hand up. Remember Davis?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to point out what Deputy Jones pointed out, that the word is mitigate, not ensure. And also the language is may, not shall.
Right.
So we can take this small school funding, and we may, if we want to, use some of it to offset some of the losses that these larger charter systems have. And again, I will say that the three people that represent every charter school in the whole entire state have agreed to what Member Earl is proposing. It's not even my favorite, but I'm willing to support it because these are the folks who represent every school. And with that, I call the question.
Question's been called. Takes a 10-person vote. Let's see if we can. Let's see. Do we have folks in the hallway? We're voting to call the question. Vice Chair, let's see.
This is Member Wood. I'm online now.
Okay, so let's go through let's just do a roll call, I think. You want to just do that? Okay. Gonna do a roll call because we've had a few switch, and thank you for sticking with us online. Where's my voting sheet? Somewhere in here. Thank you. Okay, let's start at the bottom because I think people got tired of getting called from the top. Chair Moss is a yes. Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Straight, Member Reel,
Yes.
Member Norton, Member Lear. Did we lose Member Lear? Okay. Member Carey,
We should let the free market make these decisions. No.
Member Hymas, and Vice Chair Hart. Member Green, Vice Chair Earl. Come back to you. Member Davis,
Yes.
Member Klein,
No.
Member Booth. We lose Member Booth. And Member Bogus,
No.
Member Earl. This was in finance last time, correct? And Vice Chair Earl, did you vote no? Okay, I think that fails. What was the vote? Okay. Okay, so that fails. Can you read the 5? Takes 10, so just read the no's. Okay, so who had a hand up? I'm sorry. Oh, let me repeat that for the, online folks. Sorry. I forget you're not. So the no votes were Member Bogus, Member Klein, Member Earl, Member Green, Member Carey. Okay, thank you. Okay, back to, who did we have in line? Let's see. Help us out here. Member Carey. All right, we do have staff here, folks, and I know this is new, but it was in backup for since when? When did this go to backup? Anybody know? Which was last Thursday. Okay, so we've had this in backup for a week.
Yeah, I feel like I've had plenty of time with this.
Okay, I'll just say, look, our charter community, from my experience in 7-8 years working pretty deeply, doesn't always agree about stuff, especially funding. So there was a whole lot of discussion here between those who work with, and you may know the associations, some of them cover, they cover the whole spectrum. Some of those include larger charters, including the 5 that are on here. Some are smaller. So there was a lot of discussion that kind of worked through this. There was a range of options that were seen as, in finance, as fitting legislative intent. It was set at 115, or excuse me, 150. 115. Set at 150. And then there was a discussion and compromise and agreement to give some more of that as the hold harmless, using the board's discretion to give some of those larger charters some of that money. It started with really practically no money for the larger ones. The compromise was to give them some at some expense to the larger ones, about $2,000. So there was a lot that went into that. I feel like when they come together and agree that a short-term solution is good, that says something. Let me just put it that way. Everybody's got dollars on the line. Everybody's trying to serve their kids. They've got administrative costs they're trying to meet. And so that was a significant working through of a compromise that then rolls into us. So there is a range of options up there, but I think both, and I've also checked back with PEA leadership, said, hey, here's a couple options. Part of the emphasis I had was we really want to make sure the larger ones don't fall off a cliff. And so that was part of what went into the discussion to round it up. But again, this is one-time funds. I've been proposing this since my first week on the board, 2021. I proposed for a short-term, one-time, funding for charter schools for administrative-based funding. That was at the peak of COVID. We did again the next year. It's been a yearly thing. So we've been working through this, and then really all of this needs to go. Everything that's been raised today, I think, needs to be resolved this interim, because they made a stab at it last session, didn't get there. And I think it's important this time that it's a comprehensive discussion from the start of interim, which is my understanding of PEA leadership, where they want it to go. So I think all of this has a place. And right now we're just looking for something that kind of resolves the tension between the large and small, moves us along. And again, for what it's worth, the associations have vigorous disputes, as they should. And in this case, they agree. So that to me counts for something. Any further discussion? Charter associations.
Yeah, I have a motion.
Further discussion? Yes. Bogus and Davis are in line to speak, and then Member Carey, maybe. Member Bogus.
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion,
Okay.
and I would like for it to read, like, starting at the word allocate. I would like it to read, oh, I'll let them do that. Sorry, Angie. That we allocate $300,000 to charters with more than 5,000 students, $200,000 to charters with more than 2,000 students. There you go.
Yes, Member Carey, point of information. Oh, is this prior to the second? Is this a clarification so we can
It would be a
see what it
clarification on
is?
this, so I'll wait for the second.
After the second? Okay. Unless it's to decide whether you want to be the second. If we can clarify the motion, if that's the.
That would help. And this may not be doable, Chair, but again, with these numbers, I can't do the math in my head to see the benefit to the top, the biggest five versus the others. So to the extent that Scott or someone could quickly do the math on this to show us how this changes the numbers. Otherwise, I'm voting.
They might be able to if we could see what that looks like. I think it was the 215 gets closest to that, then you could see what some of that change did from 150 to 215 and then extrapolate. But yeah, if we could have math, that would be. Yeah. Let's see if we can do it, folks. I mean, we do have people waiting here on other items. We did have a week to get our calculations in, and so I don't want to put Dale on the spot. He's been kind of doing his thing for the last week, and he might be able to do more magic. Yes. Okay. Okay, that's been seconded, and so the question, Dale, is whether we're able at all to take these amounts and see what they would look like as to the effect on the other charter schools.
Chair, I can do that.
You're looking at
if I'm able to show my screen, I can do that if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, you're going from 215 to 300 at the top end. That's 85 grand, and you're going from 215 to 200, right? Which is.
Oh, sir, that's not right. You're going from 205 to 200.
205. I'm sorry, you're right. That was 215. I'll let Dale do the math. There's 5 adjustments though, so it shouldn't be too much. 200, 5 up to 50. So that's 50 grand or 100 grand.
Can I?
He's doing some math on this.
Okay. Can I make maybe another suggestion
There's a motion on the floor.
after the?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we use carry forward fund to make up the difference for share and allocate for the payment, just like we did with our districts. Do carry forward with the amount that they're using. The loss they have to the large ones.
Chair, am I able to share? I don't know if I'm given that. Oh yeah, I can. May I?
Oh yes, please.
I wasn't expecting to do this in real time, but we can do it. So it's my understanding, 200,000 to those.
Dale, I'm sorry.
Correct.
Could you hold on just one moment? We're just talking with
yes.
Jerry just to make sure everyone in the room can see it as well. Okay, you looks like you're good now. We can see your screen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, okay. So the one thing I have to calculate very quickly. So first, to answer the question, let me make sure I have this right. Actually, let me hide these just so that we can look at this one thing. Okay, so is this correct? 200,000 to those between 2,000 and 5,000, and then 300,000 if you're above 5,000. Is that correct?
That is the motion, yes, sir.
Okay, so these would be, so I'm going to, just so you can compare this with the motion that is currently on the table. That's, so here are the differences for the largest 5 charters. And then I can quickly run the number on, it'll be a small change in the base amount, you know, from 83,000 to maybe 82,500. So I don't know if there's any real benefit for me. I can quickly calculate that, but these show you the difference for the largest charters.
Yes, sir. May I ask a question, Chair, to Director Frost?
Sure.
So I am very thankful that your Excel worksheet matched mine. I feel very smart in this moment. I have it calculated that we're at or about $400 to $600, depending on the crude math, per each small charter. Is that true?
It probably, I can.
You do not have to, as long as I'm in the ballpark. I'm not going to share my screen. I know you're the expert. But
Yeah, that checks out very much. I agree that we're probably talking about a $500 decrease, give or take. And so, yeah, you're right there.
okay, so many of these charters are almost doubling their income, if you will, from the 42 that $80,000 range, and so now they're doubling it from at or about 42 $79,400 plus or minus details.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
that is correct.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
All right, let's see. We've gone blank. Okay.
I apologize. I stopped sharing, Chair.
Pull back up, please.
Okay, so what do we have on the floor here? We've got Member Bogus to substitute the board approve a set uniform base amount for charter schools.
Do you want the motion back, sir?
Yeah, I think that's on the floor unless you wanted to do more
Sorry.
math.
Yeah. No. Thank you. Thanks, Dale.
All right. So on the floor is that the board approve a set uniform base amount for charter schools with less than $2,000 of $115 per student, whichever is greater. I'm not sure what that means. Is anybody else? Less than 2,000 students or 115 per student? You can't really say which of those is greater because one is a number of students and one's an amount. Is that, am I missing something? Huh.
There may be something missing from the motion.
Yeah.
Because it's a base of 40,000 or $115, the total of $115 per student.
There you go. Can we put that in there just so it's clear what we're talking about? You can't really say which is less or greater, 2,000 students or $115. The board approve a set uniform base amount for charter schools with less than 2,000 students or 115 per student, whichever is greater. Whichever is greater usually has two things that are comparable, and you got 115 or something. Well, I don't know what the uniform base amount is meant to be. Is that 40,000?
Chair, that's the 83 or 82,000. And that's important so that we have the flexibility to allocate out the full formula. And so, yeah, what we're saying is, it doesn't look like a uniform.
The uniform base
Yes.
amount calculated by X or 115 student, whichever is greater, right? Uniform base amount just doesn't have any value to it. We just need to define what that is.
Okay, I can give you a specific amount in just a minute.
Well, I assume it's more of a calculation.
The reason why we worded it as such is the uniform base amount changes depending on what you do with the largest charters. And so that amount is determined by how much is left after allocating the statutory amount plus the amounts to the largest charters.
So let's say that that should probably be number 1 or number 3 then. Allocate 300,000 to charters with more than 5,000, 200,000 to charters more than 2,000, and the remaining amount of the 3.8 to be distributed, something to that effect, or
right.
Is
You would take
what's meant?
Yeah, you take number 1 and then you'd add the sentence at the bottom, a uniform base amount or 115%, whichever is great. That will allocate the remaining funding from the appropriation.
There we go. Perfect. Now it's got a value to it. Okay, that is the motion. Did we get a second? Did Member Green second? I think you did.
Angie, would you like me to state that again? Oh, it looks like you got it.
Member Green.
Okay.
And I think you seconded it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did. So, I'm going to say, I just want to confirm then with Superintendent or Deputy Jones and Del Frost that these numbers work.
Join us.
The adjustments are working on the spreadsheet, correct?
So, Chair Moss, yes, the adjustments are working on the spreadsheet. If the intent, though, Chair, okay? If the intent is that there will be no delta or difference for the larger charter schools, there still is a difference probably to them, right? So there's other ways we could make up that what we call delta or difference, but not within this formula. And Del can correct me if I'm wrong. Not without taking more though from the smaller charter schools. So it's an inverse relationship. The more you increase the amount towards the larger charter schools, the smaller the amounts come for the smaller charter schools. The more you increase the amounts for the smaller charter schools, the less you go down for the larger charter schools. Did I catch that right, Dale? Over.
That is correct. And I just finished my math. I wanted to correct myself. This is why you should do it on Excel and not in your mind. The delta between the two proposals for the smallest charter schools is 1,200, not 500. So it's still a relatively minor change, but I wanted to correct myself. So they'd go from 83,153 to just under 82,000, 81,953.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Dale. Sorry. So
that's all.
Okay, Chair Moss, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. So Dale, pull the calculations back up because I see precisely, I really feel like I know exactly what Board Member Green's concerns are and questions, right? So pull it back up, show the two scenarios again and show her what the impact is of one scenario on the smaller versus the larger, and then the other scenario larger versus smaller as well. So.
Okay, once they stop sharing, I think I can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, now I will bring up the spreadsheet again. So here are the two scenarios here.
Okay.
Can you see those?
Hang on a sec. The two scenarios, which columns are comparing the two scenarios? Over.
And let me freeze the rows at the top so you can see it. View, freeze panes. Okay. All right. So here's Vice Chair Earl's motion, and here is Board Member Bogus's motion.
So I'm sorry, I don't see the shared screen.
Oh,
are we not? Okay.
Oh, there it comes. I apologize. It finally came up. Thank you.
Okay. Dale, what column is Vice Chair Earl's proposal? Over?
Is column I right here?
And what column is Board Member Bogus's motion, Bill?
Column M, right here.
And what is the difference to the larger charter schools between the two motions?
The difference to the smaller charters, was that the question?
Yeah, smaller and larger.
Okay, so the base amount for the smaller charters is $1,200 difference between the two. So it's still, as Board Member Bogus pointed out, this is still more than double what they're currently getting under the statute. But yeah, that's the difference in the base amount for the smallest charters.
Can I ask another question? Do districts of around 5,000 or up get base funding?
No, they do not.
So scroll down to the bottom if you could. So the change from Vice Chair Earl to this is to give one school at 5,000 students additional $100,000 in base funding, correct? And a comparable district doesn't get base funding?
That is correct.
Okay.
A district of 5,020 students would not get anything.
Okay, so we're all right. We have lost a quorum.
Okay, Ben, here.
Hey, board members, we've got to do some voting. We got staff still hanging with us for a couple of other items. We've just talked about the differences between Member Bogus's motion, which would give another $100,000 to one charter school, which has 5,000 students. A comparable district doesn't get that. That's the question really before the board then, is whether we want to distribute further in that way. And that would be within our discretion to help give the large schools a savings from the fiscal cliff this year, and then look at the whole thing next year, right? So that's where we are. That's the difference. I want to frame up the difference. It's $100,000. It would keep from a fiscal cliff, and then the long-term question of district charter parity would need to be addressed in some detail. But I think both of these fall within our discretion. That's the difference. Yes. Let's go a final comment, and we're going to have a vote.
I just feel like this is bad practice that we're doing the work this way. We've had time with the other numbers. We've had time to have conversations, and I don't like willy-nilly throwing out numbers all of a sudden at this point at 7 p.m. on a Friday. So my vote's going to be no. Thank you.
Okay. Let's tee up a vote unless they're. Yeah. If you're in favor or against it, we're going to give you a prime opportunity to express that with a vote. So let's tee up the vote. Member Bogus's motion is on the floor. It's been seconded. Let's vote. You want to go to roll call then? Oh yeah, we're doing roll call. I'm sorry, I forgot. Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Booth. We don't have Member Booth. Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Is this on the amendment?
Member Bogus's amendment, yes, that would allocate.
No.
Okay. Vice Chair Earl.
No.
Member Green. Member Green? Yes. Vice Chair Hart? Are you not sure or abstaining? Okay. Member Hymas? Member Carey? Member Lear? Not with us.
No.
Member Lear is with us.
This,
Okay.
and that would be a no.
Okay. Member Norton? Member Reel?
No.
Member Straight? Member Wood?
No.
Member Moss is a no. So that fails. It had 3 yeses, I believe. Member Bogus, Member Klein, Member Green. Is that correct? Oh, you abstained. Correct. Yes. Okay. So that motion fails. We're back to the underlying motion, I believe, which is Vice Chair Earl's motion. And if seeing no lights, let's vote on that. Member Moss is a yes. Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Straight? Yeah, Vice Chair Earl's motion is now up. Member Straight's a yes. Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Norton? Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Carey? Member Hymus? Vice Chair Hart? Abstain. Member Green? Vice Chair Earl? Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Booth? Not with us. Member Bogus? Member Bogus on
No.
Vice Chair Earl's motion? No, I got
No.
Vice Chair, Member Bogus is a no. That's everybody. That passes by. Okay, the no vote being Member Bogus and the abstention Member Klein. So that passes. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Hart abstained. Member Bogus voted no, correct? Right. Okay, all right. That, I believe, resolves that item. And we need to move to, is it R27726, statewide online education program? I see Quinn with us. Well, let's bring an item to the floor. We don't have a wide open.
I motion to adjourn.
Okay. That's in order. It's not debatable. Let's vote on the motion to adjourn. Member Moss is a no. Member Wood? Member Wood on the motion to adjourn?
No.
Member Straight?
No.
Member Reel? Member Reel, we're on a motion to
Can
adjourn.
you come back to me?
Yep,
Yeah, can you come back to me?
you bet. Member Norton? Member Lear?
Come back to me too.
Member Carey? Member Hymus?
We're almost there.
We got some folks waiting to see if they get seated. If they get seated somewhere, it's it's a yes. Vice Chair Hart? To adjourn. No. Member Green? Vice Chair Earl? To adjourn.
Oh, no.
Member Davis? Member Davis to adjourn.
No, but let's go fast on the
Member
next one.
Klein?
Yes.
As you wish. Member Booth? Member Bogus?
Yes.
Okay, that fails, but what's the count?
You didn't let me vote, but my answer is no,
sorry.
but I'm extremely, it's all right. This is Member Real. I'm just extremely disappointed in the way that folks are handling the meeting today. So I just hope that we can do better on these last agenda items and respect staff who've stayed here on a Friday night. Thanks.
Okay,
And Lear's also a yes or a no.
all right.
A no.
What was the count? Let's give you the count and then we can move on. Who are the yeses? Member Bogus and Klein were yeses. That motion fails. Back to you, Chair Norton, on a finance item, R277-726.
So with respect, Chair, I have a point of order.
Okay?
We just spent 2 hours yesterday discussing decorum, and we already have members violating RRO in this meeting right now, and no one is saying anything.
Violating the what? Sorry?
The
Robert's
rules of decorum.
Of decorum. Okay, go ahead, make your point, and then we're going
no
to
one is-
tee up the next item.
Well, my point is, we can levy blame left, right, backward, and forward, but until we are fair and sporting in all directions, it does us no good. We're all just a bunch of bullies levying blame everywhere, and it's not appropriate to behave that way.
All right, thank you. The blame is mine for letting this go so long, but we're moving. Chair Norton.
The motion before the board is that the board approves R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 on second and final reading. This is in response to HB 247, and it updates the rule to be consistent with legislative changes.
Thank you. I have a motion. The motion is to amend by striking lines 335 to 337 and amend line 334 from approach to instruction to competency in instruction. Yeah, line 334 would just change approach to instruction to competency in instruction. And then strike 335 to 337.
Can we please see those put on the screen, those lines?
So yeah, it's not quite, that was, I think, what was brought up at, yeah, there you go. It's just, didn't do that. They wrote that, but so the motion is just to strike 335 to 337 and change line 334. Can we go to the motion language for a sec? Because it doesn't look right. No. 335 to 337 and then modify 334. Yep, there we go.
Is this the state online?
Yeah. I'll speak to it if there's a second. If not, it's been seconded. We want to be flexible. We want to give opportunities for students. We do have some, duty for quality control, but the code does not require us to evaluate their approach to instruction or their academic philosophy. I think that's a bit too much micromanagement. Competency instruction is something I think we're looking for. I don't think we need to add additional requirements that go beyond code. So that's the reason for the amendment, is to maintain the basic control we need, but not weigh into philosophical or approach questions. Any discussion to that motion to amend?
I would move.
Sorry?
I would move to divide.
Okay, what's the division between 1 and 2?
Yep.
Okay, motion is to
Can
divide.
we see that on the board again, please?
Can we see the actual language put on the motion screen of what's being stricken?
Yeah, let's see if we can.
Onto what's being amended. So we can see it in context.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I think that, whoops, sorry. I think that gets it. Approach 2 would come out. There we go. All right, so the motion is to divide B from C or 1 from 2. Is there a second? Not hearing a second?
I'll
That
second
fails?
it.
Sorry? We got a second.
I seconded
Okay.
it.
All right, back to you, Member Bogus, if you'd like to speak to the motion.
I would just like to vote on them separately.
Okay.
No, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought that was it. All
I
right.
just figured we were, out of order again.
Okay. Let's see if any further discussion. Seeing none, let's vote on the motion to divide. This would separate 1 from 2 in my little motion. Oh, I'm waiting for the system again. Member, let's see, where are you now? The top. Member.
I will just say I'm against this is Member Klein. I'm against the move towards the changes in our rules towards competency rather than the different approaches.
Well, let me just respond. It's not competency-based education. This is just whether you are competent in instruction. So just to clarify.
Well, that speaks to educator competencies that they also have to pass.
That's not the intent, but we can argue about that. Competency means the old school sense that you know what you're doing. So Member
Well,
Bogus?
then it needs to be defined that way.
Okay, well,
because otherwise it has very different connotations given all of the competency-based education for both teachers and students.
okay.
It has a very
I
definite-
disagree, but we can vote on it. Member Bogus, on the motion to divide.
Thanks.
Yes.
Member Bogus is yes. Member Booth, I don't think is back with us, is he? Member Klein?
Yes.
Is the motion to divide? Member Davis? Member Davis? Member Vice Chair Earl? We're dropping like flies. Do we still have a quorum? I think we do. Member Green? Member Vice Chair Hart? Voting to divide. Member Hymas? No. Member Carey? No. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Norton? Member Reel?
No.
Member Straight? Member Wood? Member Wood?
Yes.
This is to divide. Member Wood?
Yes.
Yes. Member Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Member Moss, no. Member Davis? You have a hand up or are you voting?
Yes.
Member Davis is a yes to
No,
divide.
yes.
Huh? Yes, no, yes. I think that ended off with a yes. Okay, that passes. The no's being okay. So we've been divided. The motion now as the first element is that the Board amend draft 1 to strike lines 335 to 337. And motion number 2 would be that the board revise line 334 to replace approach 2 with competency in. So let's bring up number 1 first. Any discussion to that? What is now divided motion number 1 to strike lines 335 to 337. Member
I do have a
Straight. Member Straight.
Intendant, why was that taken out? Because I know that when we use that phrase, we're not necessarily saying the superintendent is doing it or him themselves. They have other people bring him the information, send it in. But why were we taking out superintendent?
It wasn't so much the superintendent as the other requirements part, just so that we have an enumerated list of what we're going to look at. And the combination would be familiarity with education, competence in instruction. Up top, you got it. Let's say student information system demonstrates data security. So we have a list of other enumerated requirements. This would just take out the open-ended uncertainty of having, we're not sure what other requirements would be added.
So you take those other stuff out, that precipitates taking it out too. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, it wasn't superintendent or anybody else. Just let's have an enumerated list so they know what it is that they have to meet, and it's not a shifting set of goalposts. Any other discussion, Member Norton? Sorry.
Just because I think sometimes it's good to have a human with some of the oversight. This would give the document oversight, but I think that there are going to be, I think it's probably prudent to have some times that, that there's going to be a judgment call. And I think that judgment call should be in the hands of the superintendency.
I think so. And my sense on that is there should be a human. They do make judgment calls, but it should be judgment about the application of a defined set of criteria. I just get worried that, if you don't know what those criteria are, then the judgment is kind of beyond a judgment call into a whole new exploration of shifting goalposts perhaps, but I get where you're coming from. Okay. Any other? Okay. Let's vote on that one. And start with me. I'll support my own little motion. Moss is yes. Member Wood?
No.
Member Straight? Member Reel? Member Reel? Member Norton? Member Lear?
No.
Member Carey? Member Hymas? Vice Chair Hart? Member Green? Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Davis?
No.
Member Klein?
Hang on. Yes.
Member Klein is a
This
yes.
is just
Member,
strike.
sorry?
Mm-hmm.
It's a yes? Okay. Yes, gotcha. Member Booth? Don't have Member Booth. Member Bogus?
I'm abstaining. I've had my hand up for 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Anybody see the hands? I can't see the hands, so I apologize.
The screen has gone black too. I can't see what's on the screen.
We have nothing. Our screen is black. Oh, there it came back.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Who did we skip? Member Hymas? He's out. Member, so Bogus, you're abstain? Okay. Oh, Member Reel. Sorry. Did we get Member Reel?
Yes.
Or you're a yes?
Yes.
So Reel is a yes, Straight is a no. All right. I don't think that got to 8. You tell me. Okay. Okay. 7, that fails. So part 2 is that the line 334 replace approach to instruction with competency in instruction and renumber accordingly. Any further discussion of that motion? Seeing none, let us vote. Oh yeah. Member, where did I start last time? Bogus? Okay.
Or no.
Back to the top. Member Bogus. Oh, no?
No.
Okay. Member Booth, not with us. Member Klein.
No.
Member Davis.
I couldn't hear it. I'm sorry. I abstain.
Okay. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Member Hymas. Yes. Member Carey. Yes. Member Lear.
No.
Member Norton. Yes. Member Reel.
Yes.
Member Reels, yes. Member Straight. Yes. Member Wood.
Yes.
Member Moss is yes. Okay, that one passes is what, 9-4, I think. What are the no's on that one? Bogus, Klein, Green, and Lear. Okay, that is my set of amendments. I do have a question with a potential, but I want to spread it around if other people, I don't see any lights. Third possibility would be on line 326, and if I could just make a quick question. Well, let's put a motion out there. I'll be quick. Line 326, which says it must be a 501c3 nonprofit entity. I understand that may be for auditing purposes. My motion is to strike it. Is there a second? I started to spill my guts, and if they meet the other criteria, this would allow something that's not a 501c3 to offer online education through the state program.
SOEP, not charter.
Right, SOEP,
Norton.
like a Waterford school or like somebody who has some course that meets the other criteria would be not precluded on the grounds that they were not a 501c3. That would be the effect of the motion. Seconded. Okay, thank you. I've spoken. I think we need quality control, but I think we need to also open up possibilities. There's a lot of good private schools out there. If one of those has a course that meets the criteria, wants to offer it, they are a for-profit, but they have something good that we would like. I don't think their private status should, or their profit status should preclude them. I want options with quality control. So yes.
Jim,
who
I
do we
have a, Jim,
Oh,
Jim, it's
Member
Carol.
Lear.
I have a
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
So this means that nonprofit or that for-profit school would get paid twice? Would the state pay the school, or would the student pay the school? Or the LEA pay the school?
This would be to join the SOEP program. So this would be to offer SOEP. The school would, go ahead, Vice Chair Hart had a better answer.
Okay.
I have the same, I have a different question.
Okay. Member Wood?
And I just want to know
Oh,
who
sorry.
pays.
Go ahead.
I just want to know who pays the school, and if the school can just charge whatever it wants. Does it have to be in line with other similar programs? I feel like that opens the door to something that's brand new to SOEP without any conversation.
Okay. I'm sorry. I
It
missed
could
part of
gouge
that, but-
families. It could gouge families. It could gouge the state. I mean, we don't know. It feels a lot like a third-party provider that we've had issues with providing services, and they start charging exorbitant rates, and there's no control. So I'm just concerned that would be the same if it's a for-profit school.
My understanding is that level of quality control or gouging control would lie at the school level. We'd have controls. I think you can be gouged by a not-for-profit, even though they're not technically turning a profit. They're charging $1. So
You
for me,
can, but it's harder.
Fair enough. I think the controls are there. It's just a question of what range of possible applicants do we want to look at, and I think there's some good entities out there that might meet the other criteria. If they don't, if we look at these things on data security and privacy compliance and the other elements that we already have in place, and they don't meet that, then they don't get in. But if they have a quality product that's innovative and school decides, you know what, that works for my kids, then I don't want to preclude them just because they also turn a profit elsewhere. Question for me is, do they meet the criteria? So anyway, that's my response. Let's move on. I don't want to belabor it. I've given my piece. Member Davis? I think.
No.
No, we're not voting yet, but I'll duly noted.
Oh, it was wishful thinking.
That's okay. I am going to move to I got to go to these first. You want to bring it? Okay. Member Bogus?
So once again, I've had my hand up. No, abstain.
No, we're not voting yet. He's calling on you to weigh in.
Oh, well, I then with grace. I am struggling with the idea that for-profit entities or affiliates of for-profit entities can gain access to public funding, and most private schools are nonprofit. So I'm just wondering what door we're opening here to. It just seems like we're trying to open a door to something that I'm not aware of, because I don't know of a private school that's actually a for-profit entity.
I'll tell you, I have no particular entity in mind, if that's the question. So I've just heard from some in the online community that think this is a limitation that precludes good product services from being in the pipeline and seeing if they meet the criteria. So I don't have somebody specific in mind. It's more of a philosophical input from folks that I think have been, pushing some expansion in that SOEP space. But I couldn't tell you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. It could be financial literacy from, who knows, KPMG or somebody that has the wherewithal to tee it up. Let's see. Vice Chair Earl? Oh, no. Okay, seeing no more lights. Oh, yes, Vice Chair Earl. I bought heart. Sorry.
So how are you going to get around the fact that you need a board for audit purposes, and for-profit doesn't have a board?
Don't they? Corporate board?
That's what I mean. How if you take out the 501c3 requirement, how are you going to meet the requirements for auditing?
Well, can you not audit an entity without a board? If it's a company, if it's organized as a corporation of some sort,
The
and
code,
it has, if it's a corporate entity and has an educational class offering, wouldn't they would have a board? Does that
Deputy Stallings?
tell me, Angie?
Right, thank you.
Do you have a mic?
What, yes, I'm on now. What if it were a 501c3 nonprofit entity or other entity with a board, a public board? Because is the issue that,
Okay. Is that the issue?
I
for
think
me
that's the issue is that they just need a board.
And that is a rock solid state requirement for any entity receiving state funds, because that doesn't apply to the FITSAL, of course, but we're staying within the system.
Quinn, so my understanding, maybe Quinn could come up while I'm saying this.
Okay.
My understanding is there was an audit finding that these entities need to have a board as
And
required by law.
By these, you mean SOEP or a broader audit of other state recipients of
I
state
think it's
money?
SOEP because under the
Okay.
SOEP laws, they
I'll
have
be-
to have a board to make certain
Okay, yeah,
decisions.
tell us, Quinn. I don't want to take forever on this. I'm interested in it, but I don't want to make you guys go through the whole details of an audit. So thank you. Oh,
Chair Moss, members of the board, I'm Quinn Kellis, lead administrator for the State Online Education Program. The issue with the board is that there are statutes, there's code that requires decisions to be made by a board. And for that reason, the auditors said, or their recommendation, they didn't say it had to be, their recommendation was that we follow the charter school model, which is 501c3 requirement. And so for that reason, the recommendation in the rule language here is that it be 501c3. The recommendation from Angie that it could say 501c3 or an entity with a board fits the criteria that decisions that by code are required to be made by a board can apply to a for-profit if that for-profit has
as a board. Okay.
a board.
I'll take that as a friendly. Any objection? Okay,
Uh,
thank
I
you,
have-
Quinn. I know I'm moving fast,
have-
but I think that gets to the heart of it. Thank you. Question online?
Yes.
Member Klein?
Board Member Klein. I'm just trying to understand, do we have ed tech companies or programs that we've approved contracts with that are being used in the SOEP space that are for profit but don't have boards?
Quinn?
Chair Moss, members of the board, currently all of the providers, there are 7 of them, have boards.
Okay. Any other questions?
And
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Follow
Chair
up. Member
Moss?
Klein? Yeah, I think
Are they
member-
all
member Klein had a follow-up.
501c3s? Are all 7 501c3s?
Chair Moss, may I respond?
Yes, please.
The 6 of them are LEAs that host an online program. For example, Davis School District hosts Davis Connect, which is one of our providers. So whether it's a charter or a district, they are LEAs that host an online provider program. There's one other, which is ASU Global, and they work through, as I mentioned in a previous board meeting, they are what we call a certified online provider, and they are sponsored or hosted essentially by the state board.
Okay.
So
That-
they
that's
are
it.
a 501c3 and have a board.
I thought you said they are not a 501c3.
They are not a member, or Chair Moss may respond.
Yes, please.
They are not a 501c3 because their board is the state board, essentially, as a certified online provider. The others are what we call approved online providers, and they are under the auspices of an LEA.
So is ASU a 501c3 itself?
I think the answer was no, and that's why they fall under the jurisdiction of Utah State Board of Education, whereas the others who are 501c3s operate as their own LEA providing SOEP services. That
Chair Moss, that's my understanding, and again, why the auditors recommended that we include this provision moving forward, that if there's a non-LEA or a non-certified online provider, that they have a board so that they can meet the requirements of board-driven decision-making.
Okay, so would this language exclude, what is it? Arizona State?
ASU.
ASU Global, was it?
Mm-hmm.
So the language that's in there currently, 501c3, would preclude them, which are already an SOEP provider.
Chair Moss, to
Or
answer
would
your,
it? Maybe I got that wrong.
To answer your question, the board would have to make that decision at the time that they were approved as a certified online provider. That rule, and currently is not a rule, so they were approved with no consideration of whether or not they were a 501c3. Going forward, the board would have to decide if they want to retroactively apply this to all the current ones.
I see.
ASU Prep Global being the only one that my understanding is doesn't have that.
Well, let me throw out for the body then another slight tweak, because I wasn't aware of that. I was kind of looking at other potential options, but it might be best to say the board amend to add or other entity with a board, comma, unless the provider is admitted under the, what is it, the direction of, well, they fall under us. What's the
Chair Moss,
arrangement? If they don't have a board,
there's
then they fall currently under
a
us.
certified online provider.
Okay.
Is the reference to those who don't have an LEA that they're connected to.
Okay, and would therefore just be falling under us. So I think
correct.
Unless the provider.
So-
Okay, yes, that's any objection to that language?
I have a question.
Okay.
Are you saying that that ASU Global has been in violation, like our using them have been in violation of this rule
This is not the rule,
prior
Member
to
Klein.
this amendment?
Member Klein,
It's not a-
prior to, so as I'm understanding it now, because my amendments were not about ASU, I think the existing proposed language would say 501c3 would exclude other operators like ASU Global, I guess. My amendment is meant to look at other options out there, but I think if the question is, do we have quality control by putting somebody who is not one of those as a certified provider under USBE, then I think we've got a couple different levels of quality control. So that's my revised language. And
This is a rule that's been in place that sounds like it's in conflict with what the practice that we've.
No, it's not.
I just don't understand why
That's
ASU was
not-
approved if this rule said only 501c3s.
It was, Member Klein. That language was not in. That language is currently before the board to add the requirement that you have to be a 501c3. I think what Director Kellis is saying, that was not in effect. The proposed language coming up from staff would say that is now in effect. My language would modify that to some extent. So the language up now is to amend to add other entity with the board unless the provider is a certified online course provider. So that's the motion. Let's tee it up and we can move
Chair
to
Moss, I
something
have
else.
my hand up.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Do you guys see the hands over there? I don't see the hands. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Who's-
That's okay. That's why I just interrupted.
Member Lear.
But I feel like this would be a dramatic policy shift to go to for-profit entities participating, not sure where the money comes from the student directly, if it comes from the student to the SOEP program, and then pays the private provider with no rules in place to cap the amount of money that maybe could be charged. I think this is a really big policy shift to be making at 8 o'clock on on a Friday night.
So,
And
Member Lear,
yes.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just hear what you're saying about innovation, but I think this deserves more discussion before it's passed this late in the meeting.
Okay, the actual shift would be in the other direction. So currently, there is no requirement that it be a 501c3 nonprofit. The shift is what we would be actually voting
Right,
on.
but-
so that
but
would be the
it-
shift. This would kind of revise that shift.
But the current providers all do happen to be public entities.
Except for-
ASU, which sounds
Correct.
ASU, which sounds like it's kind of a hybrid. And we
Well-
don't even know if the board has the capacity to manage for-profit entities, which is a different experience than not-for-profit. So
Okay.
I'm still, my philosophical concern stands.
Gotcha. And my response would be, this is what we've been doing. And my understanding is, I don't work for ASU. My interest is in other entities, but that they've actually had good results. And my interest is more in attracting other options. So with the controls that have been put up on the board, it would be either a nonprofit entity or another entity with a board, unless they are a certified online course provider along the lines of ASU. So let's tee it up. I think we've had a good discussion. We got a couple more staff waiting, so appreciate everybody's
I move to amend the
perspectives.
amendment.
Okay. Who do we have there? Member Klein?
This is Member Klein. Yes,
Okay.
I'd like to strike the last part that you added about keep the 501c3 and well, I guess
Take off I think she's taking off the part about certified.
yeah, in fact, never mind, because I'll just vote against your amendment.
All right.
And then it will take it back to what I want it to be. I withdraw.
Okay. What's that? Oh. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So here's the language is up there. Let's vote. Gosh, I keep watching for the screen. So Chair Moss is a yes. Member Wood. Do we have Member Wood? Can't hear you. I think you're muted. Can the folks online see the screen?
No, I mean, we can see the words
Okay.
in the motion. Yes.
All right. So that amends the rule.
I'm a no.
All right. Member Wood is a no. Member Straight.
Sorry.
Member Real. Member
I'm
Real.
trying to get her.
Oh, okay. Member Norton
I'm trying-
we'll come back. Member Norton.
Davis is a no, if you can hear Davis.
Okay. Let's see.
Lear's a no.
There's a no.
Lear's a no.
Member Carey.
Yes.
Member Hymas. Yes. Vice Chair Hart. Yes. Member Green. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Davis is a no. Member Klein.
No.
Member Booth. I don't think we have Member Booth. He's what? Oh, Member Bogus.
No.
Okay, I think, did we get everybody? I think we did. 1, 2. I think that fails. Okay, can you read me the yeas? I'll read them for the folks online.
Real is here.
Did you vote, Member Real?
Oh, I have not. I'm a no.
Okay, so we read did everybody hear the yeses for the record, for what that's worth? That failed, yeah. We had 8 no's, 6 yeses. Okay, Member Vice Chair Earl.
So we have 9. With Sarah, did we have 9 no's? No, maybe not. Never mind.
8 no's. We only had
Nope.
6. We only had 6 yeses to get to the
Okay,
heart of the
that's
matter.
fine. Never mind. I was trying to beat you down. Never mind.
I love it. Not enough to win. I want to dance in the end zone,
No.
baby. Okay, Vice Chair Earl. Yes. Deputy Stolly.
Okay, I
Oh,
just want to
okay,
make a
Vice Chair
motion
Earl's
to
got a
strike lines 336 and 337, which would just be different than the previous strikes. Yep.
Okay, so I previously moved to
Same type of motion.
335. This is
So-
336. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. This would just drop the language meets other requirements identified by the superintendent to establish the capacity of the provider to act as an LEA for purposes of program participation. So any comment to that motion? I
That-
earlier, it was a narrower motion than one of my prior motions. It would remove the other criteria, but it would leave in the academic philosophy element.
And essentially, if I'm understanding this, sorry to interrupt again, Member Lear. If I'm understanding this, this would strike the superintendent's ability to add some subjective evaluation of these entities. Is that right? It would strike that.
No, it's more requirements. My understanding, it's adding more
Okay.
requirements, not the ability to monitor.
Yeah, right.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Thanks. It's hard when you only see a piece of the whole rule to figure out the context. Thanks.
Okay. I support it for the reasons stated prior. I think it's important to have a defined set of criteria and then have human oversight and application, but this would help people know what the goalposts are. So any other final? I don't see any. Let's start with Member Bogus. Member Bogus, we can come back. Member Booth. Oh, sorry. Who do we have up there? Member Bogus is a no. I get that right? Okay. Bogus is a no. Booth is not here. Member Klein?
Come back to me.
Okay. Member Davis?
No.
Member Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green? Vice Chair Hart? Yes. Member Hymas? Yes. Member Carey? Yes. Member Lear?
No.
Member Norton? No. Member Reel?
No.
Member Straight? No. Member Wood?
No.
Member Moss is a yes. Did we go, let's see, who do we come back to? Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Klein is a yes. Okay, did we get everybody? Yeah. 7-7. That fails. Okay. Back to the underlying motion. Any further discussion or motions? If not, let us tee up the underlying motion that the board approve R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Any final discussion of that motion? Seeing none, we've had a good discussion. Let's vote. And I think we're back to me. Chair Moss is yes. Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Straight? This is the full motion under okay. Member Norton? Member Lear? Oh, I missed
Yes.
Reel.
I think
sorry.
you skipped me.
I'm sorry, Member Reel.
Sorry. I'm a yes. I'm a yes. No worries. No worries.
Okay, Member Carey? Yes. Member Hymas? Yes. Member Vice Chair Hart? Yes. Member Green? Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Davis? Member Davis? Member
Yes. No. I'm a no. I mean, sorry. I'm a yes.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm a
That's all right.
yes.
Member Klein? Member Klein? To the main motion as amended.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember. Did the competency one pass?
Yeah.
Yes.
Something passed. I think that's the one that passed. Yes.
I
That's the
will
one
say
that
no.
passed. So we went from approach to
Approach
competency.
to competency.
Yep. Okay. So Member Klein, you're a no?
Correct.
Okay, member Bogus?
No.
Bogus is a no. That passes with 3 no's? 2 no's. Member Bogus and member Klein. Okay. Thank you. That wraps that. Thank you, Quinn, very much for sticking around and joining us. And I think that settles that one. I understand there's one more that we've got. Jennifer's with us. Malia's with us. This is item number, bless you, R277-304, teacher preparation programs. Did this come out of finance or standards and assessment?
No, it came out of law and licensing.
Special on licensing. Okay, so we can turn to Chair Hymas for this one. It looks like staff are. It looks like you got the cavalry is here. So
we talked about it yesterday. The issue was diverse student populations in the definition, as well as the CEC standards. And so Malia has drafted 2 options for you to choose from. One just says we're not going to define diverse student population. They can define it themselves as the LEA works. That's option 1. And option 2 was simplifying it to be like the linguistic needs, disability, and academic needs. So just wanted to see which option you would prefer, but that should take care of those. And then it's the same for the CEC option, would be board approved standards for special education instead of relying on the CEC standards. Both.
Remind me, Jennifer, what the CEC standards, what does CEC stand for?
Council for Exceptional Children.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's this.
Sir, I have
wait, do we need a motion for unfinished business?
Oh, okay. All right.
I thought I was hearing that over here.
So it was,
All right.
do we need to make that motion? It wasn't pending then.
So you can make a substitute motion to adopt draft 2, either option 1 or option 2, because there was a pending.
So I don't know if
Well, we want the whatever the one, which one is the CEC out of?
Well, option draft 2, options 1 and 2 both have CEC out. Yeah, it's draft 1. Use your mic, please. Go ahead. Do you want me to?
Got it. Both drafts drop the CEC standard, so that is not your piece.
So what is?
It's the diverse student population. So in option 1, diverse student populations is not defined. And in option 2, it's defined with just linguistic needs, academic needs, and disability.
So,
And removes it out of the rule, like the term diverse student population. So option
May I
2
comment?
leaves some definition. Option 1 leaves no definition and removes that terminology.
may I comment?
Yes, I lost track, but I think that's in order, unless I'm told otherwise.
So I may comment? Was that a yes?
Okay. Hey, I think Christine. Member Klein, I'm sorry, we're just making sure we got the right connections. Tell who? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I thought she was. And member Bogus, we got you second.
Oh, am I good?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, my understanding, is if there was a line further down that referenced diverse student populations that, kind of encouraged groups, encourage students to, do activities within their diverse student population groups. And we didn't feel like, I mean, it looks like you're trying to promote segregation. And that's why it's a problem. And so based on the changes that they made, taking out certain aspects of, striking some of those so that we don't have kids being separated by
race or sexual orientation and encouraging that kind of segregation. I think, I think that's what they were trying to avoid, but still keeping the academic learning and linguistic needs and disabilities, that it's okay to separate into those groups because it's sometimes necessary for academic learning for those different groups. So I appreciate that staff looked into that, and I would be okay with those changes. Are you saying we're not voting on the CEC aspect, or has that just been taken out? Because what I was told yesterday is that staff had been using the old version that are no longer making any sense. They don't make sense anymore, but the new version from the CEC is full of kind of bespoke jargon. And so I was told they would create in-house standards instead of using the CEC. It would be USBE approved standards going forward.
Okay. Response, Vice Chair Hart?
Yeah, the CEC stuff has been taken out, as well as the gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation. That would be version 2.
Correct. Option 2.
Option 2. Draft 2, option 2.
What's
So
draft 2, option 1?
draft,
Leaving
I
the
can
color in.
explain the differences.
go ahead. That's
Why are they both draft 2
Okay,
if they're
so
different?
Malia had executive coordinator, educator licensing. So draft 2, option 1, eliminates diverse student populations both in definition and in the text of the rule, replacing diverse student populations with all students. It happens in line 136 as well as 291. Draft 2, option 2, removes gender, race, ethnicity, and sexual orientation from the definition of diverse student populations, but does not change that language within the body of the rule. Both options remove the CEC standards 2012 for special education teacher preparation and instead replace with board-approved special education teacher competencies.
So option 1 takes out the term diverse student population.
Correct.
Also, as well as all categories.
Yes. Option 1 removes the definition diverse student populations in the entire definition as well as within the body of the rule.
So that, and in the body, it's replaced by just all students.
Correct.
Can we see where it's used in the document with all students?
It's on lines 135 and 291.
That's signing out, adopting the learning environments.
Did you figure it out, Natalie? Because I can maybe do it one more time.
I'm just wondering if we could if that's needed at all, if we can just take out all students as well. And so it says just designing or adapting learning environments that encourage active participation in individual and group activities. That's what my motion would be, is to go with this draft and change that language.
She would like to strike all students in line 135 and line 291. 135 for sure.
All students is implied. It doesn't need to say it.
I'm underneath the main motion. She's in the motions doc. If you click on her face in the shared doc, then it'll go to where her.
What are we changing again?
is on top of this stuff, so everybody just stop what you're doing. Let Kelsey find out. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know how to keep track of all this.
While she's tweeting.
Oh, yeah, right, and she's running the board.
I go home at night and I'm like scrolling through like it's a tome created on the fly. I know.
I think there's another word in there that has to be taken out for the sentence to flow, but I can't see it now. Can we look at the document one more time? Oh, there we go. Maybe that does it. Yeah, the needs. Let's see, knowledge and skills
I don't
designed to
see
meet
it.
the need.
Am I missing something?
Oh, whoa. Needs. Oh, something changed.
Wait, if I go to the ladies' room, is it going to be a problem?
Knowledge and skills design.
Member Earl, you do have a bathroom pass.
That's not the line that we were looking at before.
She was looking at 291. Designing or adapting.
Oh, that's correct. That's one we were looking at. So environments that encourage, yeah. So for all students, but it probably, I don't know if we need to fix that other line as well to kind of be consistent. But yes, for all students needs to be stricken in 291 and 292. And can we go back to that previous line and look at that as well? So knowledge and skills designed to meet the need.
Because it's 8 o'clock at night on Friday.
I mean, it's hot, it's possibly hotter in this. I feel like I'm not.
I think that one's probably okay.
She needs a second.
We need a second, please. Hearing no
I
second.
don't think it makes sense to take it out in 135. I don't think it works.
All right. Does anyone have a second for that? Hearing no second, we'll move on. Do we have a motion? Can you please? Oh, go ahead. Okay. Hold on.
Two.
Okay. Go ahead.
Option 2. Is that up there? I don't know if I'm going to be able to read it.
Okay. Are you moving option 2?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded.
Second.
Made and seconded. Can you get that ready to vote, please? Roll call votes.
So
Okay.
can you just look?
The
Can
motion.
you just clarify
Sure.
one more time the difference?
Yep.
Option 2 versus option 1.
Sure. The
Make sure we
motion
have them
on the
straight in our head.
Yep. The motion on the floor is option 2, version 2, and it has the CEC stuff crossed off plus gender, race, ethnicity, and sexual orientation. It leaves disability, academic learning, and linguistic.
And it leaves the term diverse student populations.
And yes. All right. well-
Okay, I would be for
Okay.
option 1, not option 2.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Member Carey.
Thank you. I just wanted to, Dr. Thronston, I just wanted to say this matter came up yesterday very late, and I really don't know how Dr. Thronston, Dr. Height, and their staff, I know Ashley Beal and Angie, everyone. So I just want to say, regardless of how you vote, I mean, they pulled off something very impressive, not only coming up with one draft, but two. To make sure their bases were covered. So thank you. Thank you.
I agree. Concurred. We're going to start, Chair Moss.
Come back.
This is, okay, so the motion on the floor is that the board approve R277-304 Teacher preparation programs, draft 2, option 2 on second and final reading.
I would amend the substitute motion.
Hold on. I was just told that Member Davis has her hand up online. Hold on, and then we'll get to you. Member Davis. Okay, never mind. Member Klein.
Never mind. In the interest of time, I'm taking it.
Okay.
I would, are we good?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would amend it to say draft 2, option 1.
So isn't that a substitute? Can you do a substitute for a substitute? Are we good? It is a substitute. Can you? We can? Okay. So, is there a second? No second. We will return to the substitute motion by Member Norton. Roll call vote. Member Moss. Chair Moss. Yes. Member Wood. Member Straight.
Yes.
Member Reel.
Yes.
Member Norton. Yes. Lear. Carey. Yes. Hymas.
Yes.
Hart, yes. Green. Earl.
Yes.
Davis. Klein.
Yes.
Abstain.
Booth. Bogus.
Yes.
Davis.
What?
Okay, that
Yeah, I was a
passed.
yes.
Thank you. That. No. Who? That passes unanimously with one abstention. The abstention is Klein. Do we have another motion? Motion to adjourn. All in.
Before you all flee, we're not going to stay, but we have some unfinished business that we'll have to double back and find some way to probably do remotely. So we got a goal discussion. We got some 3 or 4 other items.
We're adjourned.
We are adjourned, but we'll be back. More to come, as Letterman used to say.
Don't call it a comeback,
Don't
Chair.
call it a comeback. I have been here for years, just like LL Cool J. So yeah, that was an appropriate lead in there, Chair Member Bogus. I know we have hot mics.
Can
and
we
that's
do
okay,
that
'cause
stuff in August?
we're
I didn't make that bad joke, sir. I don't know what